so nice.
Yeah. Would you like to use the mouse or you just use the thing? Use the mouse or do you?
5th anniversary of the inauguration of the current campus. This campus was inaugurated in 1999. Prior to this, the TSKK operated at the Loiola Hall, Miramar. The vision statement of TSKK reads, Thomas Stephens Konkani Kendra aims at uniting Konkanis irrespective of their territorial identity, religion, dialect, script, cultural expression by promoting Konkani language, literature, and culture through research and education. The TSKK, in collaboration with the Department of Gazetteer and Historical Records, Government of Goa, Panjim, is organizing this national conference, the contributions of the Goan Christian musicians to the musical heritage of Goa. Our chief guest of the day is His Eminence Philipe Neri Cardinal Ferrão, Archbishop of Goa and Daman. The guest of honor is Reverend Father Pedro Rodrigues, the Provincial Superior of the Goa Jesuit Province, and the keynote speaker is Reverend Father Joachim Loiola Pereira, Secretary to the Archbishop of Goa and Daman. I now request Father Kelwin Monteiro, the convener of this conference, and Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, the Director of TSKK, to escort our esteemed dignitaries to the dais. I request Reverend Father Roland Coelho, the former Provincial Superior of the Goa Province, to welcome the chief guest with a bouquet of flowers. I request Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, the Director of TSKK, an author of ethnomusicology and a retired member secretary of Kala Academy, to welcome the guest of honor, Reverend Father Pedro Rodrigues. And Father Kelwin Monteiro, the convener of this conference, to present the bouquet of flowers to the keynote speaker, Reverend Father Joachim Loiola Pereira. Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai will now welcome us.
Good morning to one and all. It's my pleasure to welcome the distinguished guests on the dais and you all, the august gathering present here at this conference. Today's chief guest of the function, His Eminence Philipe Neri Cardinal is a Jesuit research institute established in 1985. Initially, TSKK had lent the premises of Loiola Hall, Miramar, to carry out its activities pertaining to Konkani research, education, and culture. On 24th February 1996, TSKK laid its foundation for its own campus, and on 29 September 1999, the then Provincial Superior of Jesuits of Goa Province, Father Gregory Naik, blessed and inaugurated this new campus. The aesthetic and practical elements have made this building a comfortable place for research and learning. Today, we gather here to celebrate over 500 years of cultural fusion and creativity that has shaped the rich and diverse musical landscape of Goa. As we know, before the arrival of Portuguese missionaries, this ancient land of Goa reverberated with vibrant musical sounds of traditional musical instruments like ghumat, madre, shamed, dhol, taso, dob, ghum, chogudo, konpao, surpao, korno, banko, kansale, jhanj, jagant, that deeply rooted in the rhythms of rural hamlets. The introduction of Western musical traditions by the missionaries marked the beginning of a new era. Initially incorporated into intimate prayer ceremonies, these traditions soon found a solemn expression in church choirs, giving birth to the unique Ladain prayer tradition among the newly converted Goan Christians. Over the centuries, we have witnessed a seamless intertwining of Western musical influences with indigenous melodies, resulting in an extraordinary tapestry of musical expressions, from the emergence of Khel Theatre, which has its roots in ancient Goan ritual cum performance called Zagor, to the enhancing fusion of Italian opera with Konkani theatre. The Goan Christian community has continually enriched and shaped the region's musical heritage. Today, Goa stands as the global epicenter of musical diversity, thanks to the large part of the tireless efforts and innovative spirit of its Christian musicians to this musical heritage of Goa. From the visually captivating Mando Dulpad performances to these significant contributions to the Indian opera industry, the legacy of Goan Christian music is a testament to the power of cultural fusion and creativity. It is well reflected through our Konkani films produced in early 60s of the 20th century. This conference is a celebration of that legacy. Over the next few hours, we will discuss the multifaceted contributions of Goan Christian musicians. We will explore topics ranging from the evolution of Christian devotional music to the influence of Western European music that is being introduced via tourism and the internet. Our sessions will trace the journey from early missionary influences to the contemporary expressions. I am confident that though this conference, you will not only deepen, through this conference, you will not only deepen your understanding of Goa's musical heritage, but also inspire new avenues of exploration and creativity. On behalf of the TSKK and Department of Gazetteer and Historical Records, Government of Goa, I welcome you once again and extend my heartfelt thanks to all our distinguished speakers and participants. Your presence here is a testament to the enduring legacy and vibrant future of Goan music. Let us celebrate together, honor our past, and look forward to the continued evolution of our musical heritage. Thank you and welcome to this vibrant celebration of Goa's musical legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phaldesai. Our chief guest of the day is His Eminence Philip Neri Cardinal Ferrão, the Archbishop of Goa and Daman and Patriarch of the East Indies. He is currently the President of the Conference of Catholic Bishops of India, He has a licentiate in catechetics and pastoral theology from Lumen Vitae, International Institute of Catechetics and Pastoral Theology, affiliated to the Catholic University of Louvain, Belgium. Cardinal Ferrão is the president-elect of the Federation of Asian Bishops' Conferences. He was elevated to Cardinal on 27th August 2022. His Eminence, Philippe Neri Cardinal Ferrão, will now inaugurate the conference by lighting the traditional lamp. I request those on the dais to kindly join Cardinal Ferrão in lighting the lamp. Thank you. Our guest of honor is Reverend Father Pedro Rodrigues of the Society of Jesuits, originally from Aldona and attended school at St. Thomas High School in Aldona. He then completed his BA at St. Xavier's College, Mapsa, BA at the Goa University, and MA and MA through the Karnataka University. Father Pedro has worked in the field of education as the Vice Principal of St. Brito's High School, Mapsa, Principal of Loiola High School, Margao, Principal of St. Paul's High School and Higher Secondary, Belgaum, and Principal of Loyola Higher Secondary School, Margao. He represented the Goa Jesuit province as a member of the Procurator's Congregation in Spain. He was a superior of the Pedro Arupe Institute, Raya. Presently, he is the Provincial Superior of the Goa Province. I invite Reverend Father Pedro Rodrigues to say a few words.
Magnevund Filipe Neri Cardinal Ferrão, Aicha Swalitso Ulopi, Padre Father Loyal Pereira, TSKK Tso Udyuksh, Dr. Phaldesai, Hanga Ajir Aslele, Dusre Bomanist, Yas Moilak Aile, Ani hanga zomlelia mocha mogal baboinanu. Goa, known for its breathtaking beaches, vibrant festivals, and diverse cultures heritage, has played an integral role in shaping its identity. It is imperative to acknowledge the profound contribution of Goan Christian musicians to this rich tapestry of sounds and rhythm. From traditional folk melodies to contemporary compositions, their influence has woven seamlessly into the cultural fabric of our beloved land. The Goan Christian community, with its deep-rooted traditions and vibrant musical heritage, has gifted the world with a treasure trove of melodies. Their music reflects not only their faith, but also the unique blend of cultures that make up the mosaic of Goa. Through their soulful renditions of hymns, liturgical chants, and devotional songs, Goan Christian musicians have touched hearts and souls across generations. Their music transcends boundaries, uniting people in celebration, prayer, and reflection. आयज म्हाका अभिमान भोगता की गोंयचे जेजुईट थॉमस स्टीव्हन्स केंद्राची 25 वर्सां सरून गोंयच्या क्रिस्ती वाजोवप्यांची काळजां आनी मनां उंचेल्या दर्ज्याक दवरल्यांत आनी कोंकणी भाशेक व्हड मान सोबार कार्यक्रमां वरवीं सेमिनार घडोवन हाडून आनी भाशेचेर अभ्यास केला. गेल्ल्या जायत्या वर्सांनी देन मोन घालून आनी वावर केल्ल्या अध्यक्ष आनी वावुरप्यांक म्हजे दिनवास आठयता. ते म्हटल्यार फादर मॅथ्यू आल्मेडा, प्रताप नायक, वास्को दे रेगो, आंतोन पेरेर, मोरेनो de Souza, फादर अपोलो, फादर जुझे, फादर केल्विन आनी आतां डॉक्टर पांडुरंग फळदेसाय हांच्या फुडाऱ्यापणान काळा वरवीं वावुरतल्या केंद्राच्या वावुरप्यांक आनी बऱ्या देखणारांक हांव परबी दितां आसतना तुमकां सगल्यांक बरें यश आवंडेतां. तुमच्या बऱ्या वावराक वरवीं कोंकणी केंद्राक कोंकणीचो मोग करतल्यांक आनी ताची संस्कृताय फळवून करूंक वावुरतल्यान म्हूण हांव आस्त बाळगितां. We live in a fragmented world. Organizing such a seminar in collaboration with Goa government will not only help people of different cultures and thinking to come together, but will serve as a platform to work towards peace and harmony in Goa and in this country. The Goan Christian musicians, composers, and artists who have enriched the musical landscape of Goa have interacted and learned from people of other faiths. They teach us to cross boundaries and build bridges. Their creativity, passion, and dedication has not only entertained audience, but have also preserved and promoted the unique cultural heritage of this beautiful region. As we dwell into discussion, presentation, and performance, and commemorate their legacy today, let us not only applaud their artistic talent, but also recognize the role they play in preserving Goa's cultural heritage. May their melodies continue to resonate through the corridors of time, inspiring future generations to cherish and uphold our musical traditions. My best wishes to all. God bless you. Deo Parenguru.
Thank you, Father. Our keynote speaker of the day is Reverend Father Joachim Loiola Pereira. He was ordained priest in Banauli in 1976. From 1980 to 1987, he was a prefect and teacher at the Seminary of Our Lady at Saligaon, Pilen, where he was the musical director of the seminary choir. From 1987 to 1993, he was an assistant parish priest at Lutoli, where he directed the Savior Rites of Lutoli, a prize-winning choir of the time. From 1993 to 2008, he served 2 terms as a director of the Diocesan Center for Social Communications Media. What is interesting for those who love Konkani hymns is he has composed melodies for more than 30 Konkani hymns and has many choral arrangements to his credit. He is the secretary to the Archbishop of Goa and Daman from 1996 till date, a member of the Diocesan Commission for Sacred Music, and a member of the Committee for Formation in Liturgical Music. I invite Father Joachim Loiola Pereira to deliver the keynote address.
Your Eminence, Philipe Neri, Cardinal Ferrão, the chief guest, Reverend Father Pedro Rodrigues, Superior of the Goa Province of the Jesuits, the guest of honor, Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, the Director of the TSKK, Reverend Father Kelwin Monteiro, the conference convener and the superior of this Jesuit campus. My dear Jesuit friends, ladies and gentlemen, I have been honored enormously by the invitation I received to deliver the keynote address at this prestigious national conference on the contributions of the Goan Christian musicians to the musical heritage of Goa, organized by the Thomas Stevens Konkani Kendra on the occasion of this their special Silver Jubilee. I must confess that I do not hold any academic degrees in music which would legitimize my occupying that chair. I reckon that a number of you listening to me have them. There are, however, two very simple reasons for my accepting this honor that was given to me this morning. One, the unshakable faith that the convener of the conference, Reverend Father Kelvin Monteiro, has on my ability to deliver the goods. A faith I don't share with him, but which I would not dare to challenge. And two, my long-standing and deep love for the music of our land, more specifically for what has come to be known as the Christian musical heritage of this beautiful place, Goa. So, where do I start? And how do I proceed? I must confess that when I asked myself these questions, I was sort of paralyzed for long moments, which went into long days of sheer blankness. For I realized that the time that I was allotted to speak this morning was abysmally inadequate to deal with the topic given to me. That is, to kind of evaluate the contribution of Goan Christian musicians to our musical heritage. The picture is simply too big. I would perhaps need 20 minutes or more only to read out the names of all those who have made a contribution, big or small, to this larger than life, larger than size canvas that portrays Goan Christian musicians and the works they have created and the genres that they have explored and the groups they have formed or been part of and the books they have written and the great musical productions they have created and the media they have used to disseminate these productions, etc., etc., etc. The scope of my address, therefore, is going to be rather limited. I shall first explore what I believe is the root and the main trunk of this mighty tree, or rather, of the unique heritage that Goan Christian musicians are so proud of and so enthusiastic at promoting wherever they are placed. I will then briefly touch upon some of the branches of this tree, that is, the main genres of music that Goan Christians have cultivated and continue to cultivate with great success. I shall refrain as far as possible from naming individuals and groups that contributed to the development of our great musical heritage. Thankfully, we have a lineup of very knowledgeable music researchers who will do that job. Till the end of the day, they will speak with legitimate authority on their given subjects and keep you engaged and engrossed in this beautiful celebration of the enduring legacy of Goa's Christian musicians, brought to us by the Thomas Stevens Konkani Kendra. Ladies and gentlemen, It is an undeniable fact that this tiny state on the western coast of India has produced an astonishing array of musical talent, influencing genres and styles far beyond its geographical boundaries. Rooted in a rich blend of Indian and Western musical heritage, Goan Christian musicians have carved out a unique niche for themselves in the global music landscape. The contributions of these musicians span various genres, from classical music to traditional folk and theatre songs, and from church music to modern pop and jazz. Goan Christian singers have enthralled audiences worldwide, singing in Konkani, Hindi, English, Portuguese, and other European and even African languages. What is the secret of such versatility and multifaceted impact of their music on the global music scene? It is undoubtedly the fact that they imbibed, like few others, a distinctive blend of Indian and Western cultures along the last 5 centuries. I said quite deliberately Indian and Western cultures in that order, because the soul of a Goan Christian has its origins in its Indian past. And here I invite you to have a look at the root of the tree. The music that Goans cultivated in this land before the historic arrival of the Portuguese in 1510 was Indian music, taught in the pathshalas, or elementary schools attached to the Hindu temple. This was the indigenous and mostly religious musical culture that the Portuguese conquerors found in this place when they landed here at the beginning of the 16th century. And they liked what they saw. Thankfully, the new European lords of Goa took note of the rich elementary educational tradition that already existed in this land and did not waste time in adopting it and making it their own. A very important factor in this assimilation came, quite providentially, in the form of a royal decree of King John III of Portugal, dated March 8, 1545, issued therefore in mid-16th century, mandating that every parish church in Goa should have an elementary school attached to it to see to the religious, secular, and musical education of the young. We find here, therefore, a felicitous meeting between an existing educational system in the East, which served as an immediate model for the implementation of a decree issued by a king from the West. Indeed, a beautiful point de rencontre, a meeting point between East and West. And so we have, right in the middle of the 16th century, temples and their attached pathshalas being replaced by churches and their attached parish schools or escolas paroquiais. All this to say that almost 5 centuries ago, the parish school or the escola paroquial in Goa became the cradle of an educational system that would, in the years and centuries to come, produce real luminaries in letters, in science, and, not to forget, in music. Music was taught mainly to train singers and musicians to sing and play in church. Therefore, along with the solfeggio or musical notation, students were taught to memorize masses, Latin masses, in Gregorian chant. After mastering a few masses from the Graduale Romanum, which is the official songbook of worship of the Catholic Church, the student would be admitted to lessons in violin, in organ, or in any wind instrument. With the passage of time, especially in the 17th and 18th centuries, students of parish schools were already expected to know how to read and write music at a much higher level and to play several instruments. And those gifted with special talent would be admitted for lessons in harmony and composition. Yes, lessons in harmony and composition in the elementary church schools of Goa. We are now looking at Goa's main parish churches, not to mention seminaries and colleges of the various religious orders, the Jesuit College of St. Paul in the first place. All these had well-established polyphonic choirs and orchestras, which performed masses, motets, and other sacred music compositions by Palestrina, Bach, Handel, Mozart, Schubert, and other Baroque and classical composers, just like in Europe. I would imagine, therefore, that the 17th and the 18th centuries were the climactic years of music performance in Goa, particularly inside the churches, with liturgies or worship events being backed by well-trained choirs and orchestras, which would add to the solemnity and the religious intensity of the event. Sadly, very little seems to have reached us from those times, particularly in terms of the creativity of the Goan musicians, to the exception perhaps of the musical compositions of the ladainhas or litanies near the village crosses, a tradition that is believed to have begun more than 2 centuries ago. We now come to the branches of our tree. And since time is running out, I shall have a quick run through the various genres in which Goan Christian musicians have been shining out. By the 19th century, we find an increasing number of Goans composing music, both for the church and for social functions. This is the time when we witness the birth and the growth of the Lenten motet and of the mando and the dulpot. The motet represents Goa's classical Lenten music. It makes its appearance by the middle of the 19th century. The motets were sung on the occasion of the Santos Passos, penitential processions during Lent, and also during the sacred Triduum, that is, Maundy Thursday, Good Friday, and Holy Saturday. For more than 100 years, Goans composed motets only in Latin. There were some verses of the scripture evoking the Passion of Christ, or moving the singers and the listeners to repentance, sung in 4 voices, to the traditional accompaniment of 2 violins, 2 clarinets, and a double bass. As a result of the Second Vatican Council in the 1960s, we have now many motets composed also in the Konkani language. The well-known mando and the dulpot make their appearance more or less at the same time. They represent perhaps the finest creation of non-religious Goan song, performed to a stately dance, executed traditionally in a ballroom situation during wedding receptions of the higher social class. We have also the Dekni, the Kunbi songs, the Karvi or fisherfolk songs, the harvest songs, all sung to graceful dance steps. The greatly popular Goan theatre makes its debut by the end of the 19th century. It's basically a Konkani drama that is put up on a stage with an indispensable component of songs or kantarang, which have come to enjoy a popularity that no other Goan art song can equal. Thousands of theatres, maybe, have been brought to the stage till today. Multiply them by 12 or 15, and you have an overwhelming number of Kantarang that keep bewitching Konkani audiences worldwide till today. This is Konkani pop music for you. Parallel to the Konkani music scene, we have today hundreds of Goan individual singers and pop groups that sing in English and play in restaurants, wedding celebrations, and stage shows. Some of them are excellent exponents of jazz and other popular musical art forms. The Hindi music scene too owes a great deal to Goan Christian musicians who have been roped in by the Bolly world, if you know what I mean. This contribution of Goa to the English and Hindi-speaking world began many decades ago, when students passing out of our college paroquiais migrated to other Indian cities and Maharaja courts to direct and perform in those famous musical ensembles, many of them owned by the Indian royalty. When the Portuguese left us in 1961, almost every village in Goa had its own brass band that played at feasts, theatres, etc. All of them were hatched in our parish schools. Many bands kept enthralling Goans at wedding receptions and annual balls more than 60, 70 years ago. There were no electronic instruments and microphones then. The crooner would bellow out his songs through an acoustic megaphone. These sizable bands were followed by much smaller foursome beat groups, a la Beatles and Shadows. They too had their day. We had said that there were many choirs and orchestras in the 17th and 18th centuries. The second half of the 20th century saw a kind of a revival of this scene, when once again Goan audiences were delighted to attend choral and orchestral stage performances of a number of such ensembles. This trend continues till today, as we have a few such groups which, with their elaborate vocal harmonies and orchestral arrangements, continue to offer us world-class programs. Today, once again, almost every church in Goa has a relatively polyphonic choir that sings during liturgies, to the accompaniment of 2 or 3 instrumentalists. The general quality of the interpretation or performance is not the same as 3 centuries ago, but some revival it is. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to close. We need to recognize that the contributions of Goan Christian musicians have not gone unnoticed on the world stage. Some of their works have been performed in prestigious venues and have earned accolades and recognition from international audiences and critics alike. In celebrating their achievements today, we not only need to honor their legacy, but also pledge to inspire future generations to continue this proud tradition of musical excellence. The ball is in our court. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Father Joachim Loiola Pereira, for that insightful keynote address. It is always a pleasure to listen to you and to also learn from you. Now, the Thomas Stephens Konkani Kendra has an annual bilingual research bulletin called SOD. Father Matthew Almeida of the Society of Jesuits, the founding editor of SOD, published the first issue in the year 2000. This current special edition of SOD comprises of 25 selected research papers compiled from previous 25 issues of SOD. The topics of these research papers range from the origin, ethnic identity, and migration of Konkani people to the study of language and literature undertaken by the scholars of Konkani. It also covers various facets of art and culture and history of Konkani. I request His Eminence, Philipe Neri Cardinal Ferrão, to kindly release this Silver Jubilee edition of SOD. Thank you, His Eminence. Let me also tell you that this commemorative issue of SOD comprises of 400 pages and is priced at 400 per copy. However, I've been informed by the Jesuits that today it will be sold at a discounted rate of only 300 per copy. His Eminence, Philipe Neri Cardinal Ferrão, will now address the gathering.
Reverend Father Pedro Rodrigues, Provincial Superior of the Goa Jesuits, guest of honor for today's inaugural session, Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, Director, TSKK, Reverend Father Loiola Pereira, the keynote speaker, Reverend Father Kelwin Monteiro, the conference convener, my dear Jesuit priests, fathers, sister, there is one, ladies and gentlemen, I am truly glad that this prestigious institution, the Thomas Stephens Konkani Kendra, has brought us all together this morning to celebrate the 25th anniversary of its present campus, with a national conference on the historic contributions of the Goan Christian musicians to the heritage of Goa, in collaboration with the Department of Goa Gazetteer and Historical Records, Government of Goa. I congratulate the TSKK for organizing this conference on such a pertinent topic, the contributions of the Goan Christian musicians to the musical heritage of Goa. As the servant leader of the church in India, of the church in Goa, it's a matter of great joy for me to be present here among you and address you on this occasion. Historians say that the sounds of Western music were introduced in Goa by the Jesuits in the 16th century. The historic College of St. Paul in the city of Goa, now Old Goa, appears to be the starting point for the introduction and cultivation of Western music, both vocal and instrumental, in our beautiful land of Goa. Music was considered to be an important vehicle in the work of evangelization. It was used to convey the truths of the Catholic faith through the sung prayers during catechetical classes, in the celebration of the sacred liturgy, and of popular devotions like the Santus Passus, the penitential processions, which had a great impact on the faithful of those times. This legacy of teaching and performing music gradually developed and was kept alive throughout these centuries, especially through the teaching of music in our various parochial schools or escolas paroquiais, a legacy that one of my revered predecessors, Dom Antonio Sebastião Valente, wanted to be promoted and disseminated more seriously in this archdiocese. His dream led him to found the Santa Cecilia Choir in our beloved Patriarchal Seminary of Rachol in the year 1897. The Catholic Church continues to greatly treasure and promote the musical arts, be it in the church or on the stage. You will agree with me if I say that particularly through its parish schools, the church in Goa has brought to light musicians who have left their distinctive mark wherever they ventured, whether in the field of sacred music, classical music, filmy music, or in the arena of popular entertainment. Many stars were born who shone and made the music of Goa shine. I have deliberately refrained from mentioning any names which I feel will be better dealt with by the erudite speakers and scholars who will address you today. My dear friends, this institution of the Jesuits, the TSKK, has made and continues to make a remarkable contribution to the promotion of our mother tongue and to the cultural heritage associated with our land. I congratulate the Kendra and the Jesuit leadership for their role in the promotion and growth of our cultural heritage. And today, in a special way, I would like to acknowledge the painstaking efforts of the organizers of this national conference and the labors of the various speakers who will enlighten us with their research and wisdom. May you all have a fruitful day. Let today's occasion instill in us an ever deeper love for music and a still greater appreciation of the musical heritage of Goa. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, His Eminence Philippe Neri Cardinal Ferrão. I call upon Schubert Cotta to present a memento to our chief guest. I call upon Franz Schubert Cotta to present a memento to our guest of honor. And I call upon Reverend Father Dominic Alvarez to present a memento to our keynote speaker. The convener of this national conference is Reverend Father Kelwin Monteiro. Father Kelwin is currently a PhD scholar at the Institute of Ethnomusicology, Center of Studies in Music and Dance, University of Aveiro, funded by the FCT Portugal. Organizing this conference is a part of his current research-based activities. I call upon Father Kelwin Monteiro to give the word of thanks.
Esteemed dignitaries of today's conference, His Eminence Filipe Neri Cardinal Ferrão, the Archbishop of Goa Daman, our chief guest for the day, Father Pedro Rodrigues, the Provincial Superior of the Jesuits of Goa Province, today's guest of honor, Father Joaquim Loiola Pereira, the keynote speaker of this conference, Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, the Director of TSKK, the chairpersons for the sessions of the day, the paper presenters, and you all, the august gathering, a very warm greetings to one and all. At the very outset, let me state that as a convener of this national conference, I derived a great sense of satisfaction in putting this conference together as an integral part of my own PhD research program from INET MD, that is, the Institute of Ethnomusicology, the Center of Studies in Music and Dance at the University of Aveiro, Portugal, funded by the scholarship from the FCT, Portugal. It would not have been possible for me to put this together if I had not received immeasurable support and encouragement from many. Therefore, today I stand here with grateful heart to express my deepest sentiments of gratitude and indebtedness to all who have contributed enormously towards the success of this conference. I say to them all, Deu Bore Korun, Devaco Subam Ashirvad Tumcher Sodans Asun. At the very outset, let me first express my deepest grateful appreciation to our very beloved His Eminence Filipe Neri Cardinal Ferrão, who gladly accepted my invitation to be the chief guest of today's conference. Your Eminence, you have always encouraged our activities here at TSKK. And today, by your presence at this conference, we are feeling deeply assured of your continual support. Tumi ya amcha suwalyak ya kendrant ailemun. Tumka ami amcha Phaldesai kolain town Deu Bore Koru Muntaun. I wish to express my deep sense of gratitude to our Provincial Superior, Father Pedro Rodrigues. Father Pedro, you took over as the Provincial of the Jesuits of Goa Province a few weeks ago, and I am fully aware that you are still in the process of getting acclimatized to your new and responsible role. Yet, when I requested you to be the guest of honor for this conference, you readily accepted the invite. Padre Pedro, tumche ami karzantaun dinvas atuitaun. Father Joaquim Loiola Pereira, I am immensely grateful to you. Your keynote address was not just informative, but very insightful, captivating, and thought-provoking. On a personal note, Father Loiola, you have been my mentor, my guru for the last 4 decades of my life. When I approached you to be the keynote speaker for this conference, I was 100% sure that you would oblige, and you did. Moje amontron manun getल्या खातीर आणि आयच्या सुवाळ्याक मुखेल उलोवप केल्ल्या खातीर आमी तुमकां खूब उपकारी. As you are aware, this conference is organized in collaboration with the Department of Gazetteer and Historical Records, Government of Goa. I would like to sincerely appreciate all the support and cooperation we received from Dr. Balaji Shenvi, the officiating executive editor at the Department of Gazetteer and Historical Records, Government of Goa. Sir, we are deeply grateful to you. I wish to thank Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, the director of TSKK. Dr. Phaldesai, when I first proposed to you the idea of publishing a commemorative issue of SOD on the 25th anniversary of TSKK's own campus, you showed great willingness to shoulder the responsibility of its editorship, and you left no stone unturned to have the SOD see the light of the day. Thank you for your hard labor. The role of a chair in any conference is immense. Mr. Schubert Kotha, Father Dr. Anthony da Silva, and Father Dr. Victor Ferrão Thank you for kindly consenting to chair today's 3 sessions, each comprising of 3 paper presenters. This conference would not be possible without the contributions of our today's paper presenters. Dr. SEBANTI CHATTERJEE, Mr. Naresh Fernandes, Father Peter Cardozo, Dr. Luis Dais, Father Dr. Efimiano Miranda, Mr. Franz Schubert Cota, Mrs. Nalini Elvino de Souza, and Father Romano Rodrigues. I am honestly indebted to you for accepting my invitation to present your scholarly works to this august gathering. I am sure your insightful thoughts will ignite in the hearts of all gathered here a great sense of pride towards the musical heritage of Goa. I wish to thank Dr. Frederick Noronha, who has kindly consented to present the paper of Father Dr. Efimiano Miranda in his absentia. I am deeply indebted to Mr. Willy Gois, the principal of Goa College of Arts, Altino Panjim. He has designed for us the cover page of our commemorative issue of SOD. In addition, he is also the mind behind designing this creative and artistic banner and posters of our conference. He also designed for us the brochure of TSKK that is in your conference folder. Willy, I'm deeply grateful to you. I am very grateful to Miss Velma Fernandes. Velma, I know you are very energetic and spirited. I am certain you will facilitate the course of today's conference efficiently through your comparing. Thank you for accepting my request to be today's MC. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to the Joanna caterers from Santa Cruz. They have prepared a delicious and sumptuous lunch for us. A conference on music, without music, perhaps may be incomplete. I am very grateful to Mr. Schubert Cota, a Goan musician, who will perform for us live music during the lunch. Siddharth Cota. Thank you. I am deeply grateful to Robin, Samir, and their team at CCR TV. Keeping in mind our Goan diaspora spread all over the world, this conference right now is going live on CCR TV YouTube channel for all the Goans to view spread all over the world. To the team of CCR TV, thank you for a kind service. Basuraj, thank you for helping us to create and save this memory to your photographic skills. A sincere thanks to the Radhika decorators for today's sound and platform. Thanks to the print and electronic media and to the air or India Radio for providing publicity for this conference. I cannot forget our staff at TSKK, Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, the director, Father Jose Silveira, and very especially our co-workers who serve at this institute devoutly, dedicatedly, and with commitment. Things move smoothly because of their generous services. Shankar, Minakshi, Ankita, Dilip, and Balbar, I'm very deeply grateful to you for all that you do for us at this institute. Speakers would have no significance if there weren't any hearers. We deeply appreciate your presence here, each one of you. Without you, the conference would be meaningless. Thank you. Deu bare kuru. Dhanyavad. Shukriya. Muito obrigado.
Thank you to Father Kelwin Monteiro for thanking all of us here. So we shall now have a quick click with our dignitaries on the dais as we break in for tea, and kindly get back to your seats by 11 a.m. We shall have a short photo session here with our dignitaries on the dais.
field work. Father Loiola has already in his keynote speech given an overview of how church music history and choral scene has been. So perhaps I will try to talk about it as how do we look at the public imagination of the sacred. And my research, as was also mentioned, that my research interest has been on sound and also how to use the lens of sound to understand community practices. And in my PhD, which is now a book, it was about communities in Goa and Meghalaya, and looking at choral musical practices, not just within churches, but outside churches, and how they have had different manifestations. So I'll just read out, and in some, occasionally I will be using my slide. I'll just open.
I just intervene.
Yeah.
She will talk for 20 minutes, just for our knowledge. Every speaker is going to have 20 minutes and 10 minutes for us to interact at the end. So you could keep your questions. I will not, after speaking, there is no questioning. Later, all together. Okay? So 20 minutes for you.
Thank you so much, yes. So this is just a cover of my book, which was released in 2023. This illustration is done by Raisa Vaz, who also sang with me in the Goa University Choir. And this, as you can see, is also my imagination of the field as how I place myself in certain locations in Goa and understood fragments of Goan sacred music and how I have tied them together. So I'll just Goa, which was under 451 years of Portuguese rule, became a union territory of the Republic of India in 1961 and attained statehood in the year 1987. Due to the practice of the parochial schools and seminary traditions, Western classical music and choral singing have been an embedded feature of Goan society. My own engagement with Goa has been due to my prior research in 2011 as a part of my own MPhil dissertation and Getty Institute Calcutta Sur Sangam, a 3-year project which aimed at introducing a holistic music education for students who were learning music. The teachers who participated were from Bangalore, Bombay, Calcutta, Goa, and Hyderabad. During the project, I observed distinct differences in the approaches towards Western classical music. It was designed primarily for elementary music education. The exam-oriented music education conducted by Trinity College of London and ABRSM in India adopts a result-oriented approach where the ultimate objective is taking or passing an examination. This has been written by a lot of scholars before, but we had just used this as a phenomena. Although the training was directed at those who taught instruments and not voice, the structure and focus of Calcutta School of Music, Bangalore School of Music, Kala Academy Goa, Meli Mehta Music Foundation Bombay showed that learning was motivated by a certificate. However, vocal training and practice has a life outside the classroom and a more informal and vibrant format through everyday church rituals. The latter was most observed in Goa. I returned to Goa in November 2013. By then, I had completed a study on approaches to Western classical music education in India with a focus on Goa. I was there to learn about the choirs. I attended the rehearsal sessions of Stuti Choral Ensemble, Goa Institute of Management, observed a few vocal classes at Kala Academy, and attended a few church services and their singing practices. However, showing up for a public audition for the enrollment in Goa University Choir turned out to be my ticket to the world of apprenticeship and performance within a Christian musical tradition. My long-term field engagement with Goa pushed me to think about the following questions, which I try to address in my paper. Are choirs an extension of the community feeling? Does membership in a choir affirm one's devotional fervor? How does formal training enhance vocal expressivity? The choir I sang with, Goa University Choir, introduced various works of the Welsh composer Carl Jenkins. To name a few, they were L'Homme Armé, Agnus Dei and Sanctus from The Armed Man, Pie Jesu from his album Requiem, Cantus Lacrimus, and Mother Did Weep from the album Stabat Mater. Each of these songs required a balance between vocalizing an overwhelming lament and piety on the one hand, and a collective cry of wrath and discontent on the other hand. We had also sung Gregorian chants during one of the first performances by the choir at the Mont Festival 2014. Santiago, the Italian-Argentinian conductor associated with Seville Chamber Choir, who had also been a seminarian, wanted to showcase how syncretic sound worlds can be curated by borrowing music themed around despair, hope, struggle, associated with the Christian musical tradition. The Seville Chamber Choir also focused on sensibilities and stylistic traditions that the Catholic socio-cultural world of Goa was attuned to because of its imperial past of a specific sonic tactility, which refers to a sensory interconnection, especially between hearing and touch. In fact, drawing upon Stephen Connor's notion of umbilical continuity, I go on to see how sounds pass through the cosmos and the body, and what is the tactile connection with their source, as has been illustrated by Wade Ailman. I remember the rehearsals, the repertoires chosen, and the resulting demonstrations were trying to blend expressions of piety and nostalgic music from the past. Thus, nostalgia was the driving force behind the creation of this repertoire. This reminds the notion of liveness that requires to be captured on stage. Understanding Goan sacred music. Choral singing tradition, as I experienced in Goa, positively influenced the members' socialization, experience of ritual, and sense of community building, intercultural exchanges from Iberian Peninsula. Devotion is so deep-seated that it does not stand out as something stark. Rather, it is partially the element of devotion that holds the choir together. Most of the members I got to know encountered singing for the first time due to their visit to the church. Thus, early music training was acquired through this expected ritual. With time, even if they didn't regularly visit church, choral music held a sacred purpose for them. It was also interesting to notice how for certain songs, the conductor used Indian instruments such as the tabla and sitar alongside a Western classical orchestral setup to accommodate instruments usually not associated with Western classical music to promote an intercultural atmosphere. This is a reminder of what Yu Hai-Su says about bringing an expertise who can comment on the specific nuances of the original piece that will enable students to understand how one creates multiple versions of the same piece. This will lead them towards understanding how each version brings something original and additional to its pre-existing version. Writings on music and sound from South Asia discuss nation-building projects that standardize certain genres through modalities. These outline specific pedagogic, performative, and embodied mannerisms. The socio-historical trajectories and politics inform the cultural conversations that shape canonical genres such as Indian classical music. In post-colonial India, cultural performances focus on the shifting character of the middle-class patronage, creation of public spaces along the sacred secular binary. There's also formulation of definite kind of listening publics. There are works that look at laboring bodies in diaspora, Indians in Caribbean, Trinidad and London being part of the production and circulation of crossover music, as we see in the works of Tina Ramnarine and Tejaswini Niranjana, and involvement of laboring bodies, the Mridanga makers, who majorly contribute to the aesthetic realm, yet continue to be erased from it, as shown by T.M. Krishna. In the realm of dance, performance as a heuristic device may be seen as a documentation of a complicated history, as well as medium of dramatizing the subaltern Devdasi art, as written by Davish Soneji. We also encounter how the aesthetic aspirations and Bollywood dancing are shaped by neoliberal moral ideological sentiments of the Indian middle class, as we see in the work of Anna Markham. Musical writings on Goa have presented biographical sketches of famous musicians from Goa and mapped how different genres like Indian classical, Western classical, and Bollywood film industry have forged different trajectories within and outside Goa. Few works are concerned with the structure and manifestation of musical styles. Others are invested in studying traditions of Mando festivals or locating syncretic symbols in their modality of scripting and performing music, as written by Susana Sardo, Naresh Fernandes, Michael Martins. Situated within a post-colonial framework of engaging with faith, institution, and music, I'm interested in underlining the intent and expression of Goan sacred music. I've studied the form and materiality of music. I chose to explore Rashol Seminary as a predominant site to look at the phenomenon of Goan sacred music, because after the parish school, Rashol continues to preserve a nostalgic Portuguese past of inculcating and transmitting a Catholic Goan sound world. This borrows from colonial, popular, and indigenous flavors, consciously merging certain historical temporalities with the ethnographic present. Given my socio-ethnic location, I wasn't entirely sure how to inhabit the seminary space as a part of my ethnography. I was living close to the Archbishop's Palace at Altin. My landlady assured me that the best places to learn about musical and ritualistic traditions of Christianity would be the seminaries and the Archbishop's Palace. It was an uphill walk that led to the Archbishop's Palace. The familiar, sweet, earthy, bucolic smell of orangish-red mud, typical to the Goan churchscape, filled the air. Through an institutional biography animated by personalities who have embodied the seminary way of life, I have chosen to discuss Goan sacred music as it exists today. All the seminarians talk about their exposure to music while at the seminary. Each of them mentioned how they have been effective members of the seminary choir during their studentship days. I gathered from my conversations that this membership is highly prestigious as it alludes to one's overall potential for musicality. I stumbled upon the essence of developing an oral training while forming a close relationship with God. The relevance of lyrics, melodies, rhythms, and styles of music in the domain of sacred music is indicated by rules formulated by the Diocesan Commission of Sacred Music and Diocesan Commission of Liturgy. The necessity of immersing oneself in the act of organizing choirs, choral festivals, competitions, recitals, and compositions bring out the multiple dimensions of the musical tradition that is inculcated as a part of seminary education. The forms of choirs in Goa represent genre-specific repertoires. It can be classical, folk or indigenous, sacred music, or foreign language arrangements. There is no concept of crossover or medley within a song. The Goan sacred music as a category is a product of nostalgia that is punctuated by Latin, Konkani, and Portuguese past. The myriad influences are woven into the musical structures, such as Gregorian chants. The first 800 years of Christian worship had a melody only. It took form of the cantilated prayer of simple nature or an embellished gradual for a solemn occasion. It was, however, monody, the single line of melody without accompaniment that united the Christians. Mandos, product of the Romantic movement, not only because of the periodicity, but also because of the art forms that inspired it, like the opera, novel, fado, and ballroom dancing, had roots in the Romantic movement. And has recently been observed as a peninsular Indic quadrille creolized music dance form that attests to a web of people, culture, and commodities connecting the Atlantic and Indian Oceans through the long timeline of the Portuguese Empire and its relationship with other global and regional powers. It's written by Ananya Janhara Kabir. And motets, polyphonic choral settings, usually unaccompanied, comprising a sacred Latin text not fixed in the liturgy. All of these, along with Western classical repertoires, establish a canon of Goan sacred music. The musical forms have an independent existence as well, when the forms of choir are experimented and only the four-voice arrangement or harmonization element is borrowed from the Western classical vocalic tradition. When I talk about nostalgia, I borrow from Svetlana Boehm's idea of restorative nostalgia, whereby the Goan sacred music has been consciously curated, taking certain elements that has been preserved. I'll just end with playing songs of Goa University Choir. Yeah, I'll just play this. Will you play? This was Hallelujah Chorus by Stuti Choral Ensemble. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. SEBANTI CHATTERJEE. Our second paper presenter of the day is Mr. Naresh Fernandes. Naresh is a Mumbai-based journalist and author. He is the editor of Scroll.in, a digital daily. He was previously the editor-in-chief of the Times of India in Mumbai and the Wall Street Journal in New York. His journalism has appeared in the leading magazines, publications, and newspapers all over the world. He is the author of Taj Mahal Foxtrot, the story of Bombay's jazz age in 2012, and City Adrift, a short biography of Bombay in 2013, amongst other books. Taj Mahal Foxtrot is the winner of the Dr. Ashok Ranade Memorial Award and the Shakti Bhatt First Book Prize. He is currently a Poesis Fellow at the Institute of Public Knowledge at New York University and is on the editorial policy board of the World Policy Journal. Mr. Naresh Fernandes will present a paper on the Goan the Bash, translating musical worlds from Awadh to Bollywood.
Okay, how do we get this to change, please?
I'll just close my. Oh, this one.
Bio that floats around on the internet, because I'm very few of those things that I was alleged to be. SEBANTI has one. Turn this into. There we go. Okay. All right. Good morning. Thank you so much, Father Kelwin, for having invited me to this conference. I must begin by clarifying that I am not an academic, and so I'm in no position to present a paper full of theoretical insights. All I can do is tell a few stories about a subject that has fascinated me for a long time. I'm interested in how the musics of India have been influenced and have influenced other cultures, especially Western cultures, and the attempts over the centuries to find common ground between them. So let's start, since this is a music conference, with some sound. It's the late 18th century. We're in an English ballroom, an English drawing room in Calcutta, but it could just have easily been in another British outpost in East Asia, maybe Singapore, or in the home counties back in the United Kingdom. In this painting by the German painter Johann Zoffany, we see a family taking their leisure, perhaps after daddy has had a hard day wheedling a contract out of a native Nawab. The one daughter is playing with a cat. The other is at an instrument called the forte piano. It was one of the varieties of keyboard instruments that were beginning to travel tenaciously up the Ganga from Calcutta. It's probable that young Jane Blair in that picture was playing a tune that sounded something like this. Here we're going to listen to a clip by the British harpsichord player Jane Chapman. And we can hope it works. That was a piece titled Mutrube Khush Nuwa Bego, roughly translated from the Persian. It means, sing, sweet-tongued musician, ever fresh and ever new. No, we don't want that again. It was among the compositions published in Calcutta in 1789 in this collection, which was called the Oriental Miscellany, a collection of the most favorite airs of Hindustan, compiled and adapted for the harpsichord by William Hamilton Byrd. Though Byrd had been the first to publish a collection of what were called Hindustani airs, the genre was already gaining popularity among the British living in India. It was a period in which the British were trying to step into the power vacuum created by the decline of the Mughal Empire. They were, as the scholar Jerry Farrell put it, setting out to possess India intellectually as well as economically. Byrd, who had been born in Ireland, had already spent 19 years in the subcontinent by the time he put together that compilation of rektas, which was another word for ghazals, taranas, tappas, and what he declined as raganis. These were all vocal forms that were popular in the royal courts of northern India and in the salons of the affluent at that time. The Oriental Miscellany album also contains a sonata composed by Byrd that weaves together passages from 8 of these Hindustani airs. Jane Chapman, the harpsichord player we just heard, has said that this is perhaps the first work of East-West fusion. But for the most, the genre of Hindustani airs was more straightforward in intention. Like some British people in India were collecting paintings or bejeweled handicrafts, others, women prominently among them, were dedicated to collecting Indian songs. These collectors had been introduced to Indian music at soirees known as naches, or naches, of course, at which accomplished courtesans recited poetry in Urdu and Persian and sang and danced. Many European guests at these events were quite disparaging of these presentations, secure in their condescending belief that Western culture was so much more superior than Indian musical forms, which they found completely unintelligible. But others became entranced by these displays and began transcribing these tunes using staffed notation so they could be performed on Western instruments. Among these collectors of Hindustani airs was Margaret Folk, an accomplished harpsichord player, and her friend Sophia Plowden, whose husband was an employee of the East India Company. It seems likely that Byrd incorporated some of their transcriptions into his Oriental Miscellany. Plowden's beautifully illustrated album of 77 songs, which were never published, and her diaries have become a rich source of material for researchers. She collected many of these pieces in 1787 and 1788 when she was in Lucknow. The kingdom of Awadh during the reign of Asaf-ud-Dawla had emerged as a thriving cultural center, noted for its exuberant styles of painting, architecture, dance, and music, and an openness to incorporating European elements into these practices. In her magisterial book, Music and Musicians in Late Mughal India, the British scholar Catherine Butler Schofield describes Plowden's relationship with a celebrated courtesan named Khanum Jan. Khanum visited Plowden in her home where the Englishwoman collected her repertoire. This presented several challenges. To begin with, Western keyboards were incapable of capturing the shrutis or the microtones that characterize Indian music, and also the means or the glides from one note to the next. Besides, Indian music is accompanied by a drone, often a tanpura, which baffled the collectors. How do you notate the drone on your score? Then there were the challenges of dealing with tal, the rhythmic cycles which are fundamental to Indian music. They had to be shoehorned into time signatures that the European ear could comprehend. Looming over all of this was the problem of harmony. Indian music, as we know, is melodic. It involves a linear sequence of sounds. But in the harmonic European system, sounds are placed in a stack in a way that the sounds all blend into each other. To listen to a melody without harmony is very unsatisfying to the ear attuned to Western conceptions and conventions. In his introduction to the Oriental Miscellany, Burt complains of some of this. He said he heartily regrets the great insipidity that must attend the frequent repetition of subject and their want of variety. He went on to declare, the greatest imperfection of the music in every part of India is the want of accompaniments, by which he meant the lack of harmony. Nonetheless, his conclusion about what he said about tapas, the tapas he included in his album, could be extrapolated to reflect his feelings about Indian music. It is wild, he said, but pleasing when understood. The knotty process of setting these Hindustani airs down on the page was the subject in 2011 of one of the vignettes in Stories in a Song, a play that the musicians Shubha Mudgal and Anish Pradhan researched about forgotten moments in Indian musical history. This is how the director Sunil Shanbag imagined a working session between Plowden and Khanum Jan.
Would you mind ever so much doing it again, please? Ji zarur. Sughar banari ka lal banrari la la la. Make it a bit simpler. लगता है बेगम इस नगमे को लोरी बनाकर ही दम देगी। गायकी का साज रिकॉर्ड थोड़ा कम कर देंगे तो सहूलियत होगी। बेगम आप इस तरह से कोशिश कीजिए। सुघर बन रीका लाल बन रारी जान कैसे डालते हैं सुघर बनरी का लाल बनरारी No. They won't get it. The piano forte, it can't do this.
So, that scene in 18th century Lucknow unfolds with two people in the room. But as I realized when I was reading Schofield's book, there was a third person in there with them, and he played a key role in this conversation. In Plowden's diaries, she identifies him as John Braganza. It was Braganza, a Goan musician, who assisted Plowden in transcribing Khanum's melodies and arranging them. It isn't surprising that Braganza is left out of that scene in Stories in a Song. Most texts about the Hindustani airs don't have much detail about him, and we know very little about his family. What little we do know about the Braganzas comes from a few years later. In one of her books about Lucknow, the British scholar Rosie Jones says that 2 members of the Braganza family were employed as piano tuners and repairers of musical instruments in the city between 1834 and 1855. The family also gained some notoriety when a member seized the church and a graveyard from Catholic priests in Lucknow. But from reading Goan history and from everything that Father Loiola and SEBANTI just laid out, we have a good sense of the milieu from which John Braganza emerged, straining in the parish schools and his familiarity, indeed expertise with Western classical music. I haven't been able to travel to the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge to read Plowden's diaries, but Catherine Schofield told me that they don't contain anything substantial about Braganza. Nevertheless, from the bits of Plowden's diary quoted by Schofield and by Woodfield, they give us a sense of how collecting these airs, the process of collecting these airs proceeded. Plowden says that the words of the songs were collected by her munshi, an assistant who served as a language teacher or a secretary. And the music, she says, was fairly written by John Braganza. In one entry, she expresses admiration for her transcriptionist, declaring, "How you could note them down so correctly, I cannot conceive." In another place, she says, Braganza began to set a base to Colonel Pollier's Hindustani tunes for me. This would mean that in addition to transcribing the notes, John Braganza also arranged them, adding harmonies to the melodic forms that were being performed by the courtesans. Though some scholars of the Hindustani airs describe John Braganza merely as Plowden's copyist, he actually played a significant role in facilitating this important cultural conversation between India and Europe. The fate suffered by John Braganza as he was relegated to the footnotes of history was to be echoed a century and a half later by another group of Goan musicians. Though they were at the heart of the creation of a significant new genre of Indian music, their contributions were for a long time, as the title of the book by the American musicologist Gregory Booth put it, hidden behind the curtain. That title was inspired by a conversation Booth had with the composer and arranger Anthony Gonsalves about his work and the work of members of the orchestras of Hindi film orchestras in the middle of the last century. We were always hidden, always playing behind the curtain, Anthony Gonsalves recalled. No one knew. I heard various iterations of that sentiment when I was researching my book, Taj Mahal Foxtrot, which focused on the development of jazz in Bombay. But before we move to the Hindi film studios, let's take a step back. John Braganza and his relatives were perhaps among the pioneering musicians from Goa making their way across the subcontinent. But by the middle of the 19th century, as Father Loiola said, there were records of Goan musicians across British India, even further afield in East Africa, and that's something that Nalini knows a lot about. They played in gymkhanas and luxury hotels and in the orchestra pits for the stagings of genres of the musical drama known as Parsi theatre. And they were always, because they could read scores, they were always playing the latest styles that would emerge from Europe. These are pictures of Goan musicians over the ages. And so when Hindi film came to India, that completely changed the game. The birth of the talkies in 1931 necessitated the need for sound and full sound. In the early years of the talkies, Hindi film composers, many of whom had been trained in Hindustani music, employed small groups of musicians, like this one. And they all clustered around a mic playing a single note, a single melodic line. But as sound, how many more minutes do I have?
Almost over.
Almost time. 1 more minute. All right. Let me sprint on this. As Hindi film developed sophistication, especially recording techniques, they needed larger groups because on screen, a single melodic line sounds really empty. You need full orchestras playing symphonic music to emphasize car chases and murders and this kind of thing. And this is where the Goan musicians stepped in. They were among the few communities in India that actually knew about harmony. And also Goans formed the bulk of the orchestras playing this music, because the other music, Hindustani music, as we know, doesn't have a system of sophisticated notation. So everybody had to keep repeating the line until they memorized it. But the Goan musicians could come into the studio and read the score, and that made the whole process much more efficient. So I'm going to sprint on this. This is what a session would typically look like. The composer, in this case is C. Ramchandra, seated on the floor, would come in, and the director would say, this is what the scene is like, we need a song, and the music director would hum out something that he thought was interesting, or sometimes he played it on his harmonium. And it was the Goan arranger, in this case it was Chick Chocolate sitting in the back, who would take this down. And then he would go back to his room and he would score it, but he wasn't just dictation. He was adding the verses, the bridges, he was adding the intros, and that's where they would draw from their heritage. They would add mandos, Duke Ellington, Konkani folk tunes, and that's what gave Hindustani music, film music, its sort of richness and quirkiness, and made it this beloved form. We don't know very much what the Braganzas would go on to do, but it's clear from speaking to many of the arrangers that in the film studios, that the film studios gave them a laboratory from which they were attempting to create their own forms of new music. For Anthony Gonsalves, it was the attempt to create an Indian music that was symphonic-based Indian music. For Frank Fernandes here, it was the opportunity to try to create an Indian kind of jazz, but also new forms of Konkani music. Over the past couple of decades, the form of Hindi film has changed. Music, which was once the glue of the movies holding together the plot, now plays a much less prominent role. Not only has the number of songs in Hindi films fallen, the manner in which they are deployed has changed. The stereotypical running around the trees sequence has vanished, alas and alack. Instead, music is used in a more natural way, as incidental music, or perhaps during scenes of people celebrating parties and weddings. This period has provided the opportunity for Goan and Catholic musicians to receive headline credits. Among the more prominent among them is Clinton Cerejo and Julius Pacquiam, both of whom have Catholic backgrounds. And I'm going to end with a tune called Mahive from a film in 2003 called Kalo Naho. It's composed by the team known as Shankar Ehsan Loy. The last name of that trio, as you know, refers to the composer Loy Mendonça, who is of Goan heritage. It's taken 2 centuries, but Goan musicians have finally emerged from behind the curtain.
Mahive, Mahive, that's the way, Mahive.
तेरे माथे झूमर दमके तेरे कानों वाली चमके है रे
Mahive.
Okay, you get the idea. Thank you and sorry for that.
Thank you, Mr. Naresh Fernandes. Our third speaker of this first session is Reverend Father Peter Cardozo of the Society of Pilar. He has a MA in Political Science and was the former director of the Pilar Music Academy. His music studies include a diploma in singing from the Trinity College of Music, London, orchestra conducting, voice training, and music arrangement from the Hofstra University, USA. He also has a Prabhakar degree in Hindustani classical music from the Allahabad University. Father Peter has conducted fusion concerts in Goa and abroad and published many music books. He is the recipient of the Goan State Cultural Award in Music, besides several other awards, and is at present the director of the Pilar Music School, Goa. He will now present a paper on role of the Indian classical music to the birth and growth of Goa's musical heritage.
Chairperson, Dr. Victor Ferrão, Director of Thomas Stephen Konkani Kendra, Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, Convener of National Conference, Father Kelwin Monteiro, and distinguished guests. Before I present this research paper, I would like to start with the quote of Upanishads. It says, Sarva Jiva Sukham, Sarva Dharma Sakyam. All lives happy, all religions together. There is a short song in Rag Yaman Kalyanam. Nirega, Niresa, Sarva Jiva Sukham. Sarvada Jiva Sukham, Sarvadharma, Sarvadharma, Sarvadharma Sakyam. Sarva Jiva Sukham, Sarva Jiva Sukham, Sarvadharma, Sarvadharma, Sarvadharma Sakyam. Rag Kalyanam. The paper is about the role of Indian classical music to the birth and growth of Goa's musical heritage. The topics are introduction, importance of learning classical music, importance, because all Indians, importance of learning classical music, Indian classical music, the common characteristics of Hindustani classical music, Hindustani classical music based on ragas. What is raga? And some similarities between rags and some adaptation of Indian classical music to the growth of musical heritage, Goa's musical heritage. Similarities of Western scales and Indian ragas. Musical traditions of Goa. Similarities between Gregorian music and Hindustani classical music. Similarities between old Goan traditional folk songs and Hindustani classical music. Fusion between Hindustani classical music and Goan music. Importance of beauty of Hindustani classical music. Last recommendation to encourage the value of Hindustani classical music. Music is a fine art by which a person expresses the sentiment of his soul by means of song, instrument, and dance. It's a fine art, not only art. Music can play an effective role in helping us live better, fruitful lives. Listening to the specific kinds of music at specific times of the day has been shown to be helpful in maintaining good health. Indian music with its many ragas is known to be particularly therapeutic. As per great musicologist Don Campbell, Music can make you feel happy, enchanted, inspired, excited, empowered, comforted. Music can strengthen the mind, unlock the creative spirit, miraculously even heal the body. Music is a universal language. It spans continents, languages, sensibilities. From time immemorial, music has been part of Indian culture. All forms of celebrations have always been accompanied by the music. The type of music varies according to religion, region, customs, appeal. Its appeal is universal. The saints and seers of ancient India recognize the importance of music. Saints like Kabir, Tulsidas, Namdev, Tukaram, Mirabai, and even I would say Saint Cecilia obtained moksha through music. In the Vedas too, music has an important place. Music can play an effective role in helping us live a better life. Listening to the devotional music in the early hours of the morning gets one ready to face the challenges of the day has to offer. In the evenings after a stressful day at work, the right kind of music helps one to relax and refresh. Even during the course of working, light music improves efficiency. Listening to music helps control negative aspects of our personalities like worry, bias, anger. In addition, it can help us cure headache, abdominal pain, tension. Music therapy is one of the most effective ways of controlling emotions, blood pressure, restoring the function of the liver. Indian music attaches a great degree of calm and thoughtful state of mind, as opposed to the provocative nature of some Western music like rock and heavy metal. The attainment of intense concentration is the prime aim of the Indian music. The law of physiology states that when the mind is concentrated, blood circulation is balanced. Such a body with a balanced circulation cannot be affected by any disease. Music can therefore play an important role in keeping us healthy. The rags in Indian music are based on the principles which provide different feelings like happiness, sorrow, and so on. It has been established that certain rags have the power of evoking feelings of happiness, sorrow, pain, anger. For example, Rag Todi. Rag Todi can elicit tears. Rag Bageshri has the power to refresh. Rag Bhairavi encourages detachment. Rag Yaman Kalyan creates serenity and calmness. Listening classical music has a traditional touch that connects everybody with Indian culture. It requires a lot of training and practice of listening. From ancient time, this music has been an integral part of the Indian culture, influencing various forms of art, including temple architecture, sculpture, and painting. In the last decades of the 19th century, there was a revolutionary change in the field of music due to two grand personalities. One of them was Pandit Vishnu Digambar Paluskar, and the other was Pandit Vishnu Narayan Bhatkhande. It is also important to know that Amir Khusro, who was the most influential musician during the Delhi Sultanate, is credited for systematizing many aspects of Hindustani classical music. Some great exponents of Indian classical music are Ravi Shankar, sitar, Hari Prasad, flute, Shiv Kumar Santur, Zakir Hussain, tabla, Alaraka, violin, Bhimchen Joshi, vocal. Let's remember that Indian music can be classified as Shastra Sangeet and Carnatic music. Shastra Sangeet is followed in northern India and Carnatic music is followed in southern India. Importance of learning classical music. Classical music opens and sharpens the mind, deepens the knowledge, widens the horizons, nourishes the spirit, makes the life richer. In this modern generation, classical music has influenced and continues to inspire various contemporary music genres. Many modern composers, musicians draw upon Hindustani classical music elements, blending them with other styles to create innovative and unique musical expression. Hindustani classical music has also a great role in social life. It preserves the cultural heritage, and the works of classical music are very significant in the cultural heritage that tells us much about the past culture of our society. If we do not appreciate and preserve classical music, we risk losing a part of our history which has profound impact on our society and culture. Hindustani classical music has inspired and moved listeners around the world, with famous works becoming cultural touchstones. In Western classical music, for example, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, la 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 la. This Beethoven's Ninth Symphony is used in political spices, movies, even in anthem of European Union. There's also Rag Hindol, if you remember, Rag Hindol. Sa ni da ma ga sa. It was Radio Ceylon. Before we switch on, this rag has become Rag Hindol. Beautiful rag. Then we have got Ragdesh. Ragdesh is used for national patriotic song, Ragdesh. Ragdesh. Vande Mataram. Okay? Beautiful rags used as a touchstones. The common characteristic of Indian classical music. Okay. Though music is homophonic, it has emphasis on elegance and beauty of melody. Melody is given more importance, which is deeply emotional and spiritual, always elevating the human soul to God. We should remember that Hindustani music is a rich heritage of a nation. Every rag has got its beautiful melody and its own spiritual inspiration. It has been experimented by great ustads and pandits of India that the power of certain rags can create impact on nature and even on the flora and fauna. In Hindustani classical rag, no dynamics, no vibrato, no rallentado is used, as we are using Western music. For example, the history says, when an accomplished singer, virtuoso, or player sang or played rag Mia Malamar or rag Meg, it would start raining. It's a powerful effect of the rag. It start raining. The shepherds, when played beautifully on their flutes, rag Brindavan Sarang, the cows produced more milk. Rag Deepak from Purvi Tat is considered to be the toughest one because the legendary singer Tansen almost died after singing it. This rag was supposed to create fire and excessively heat the body of the singer. Therefore, it was discarded after 18th century. Discarded. The best music for growth of plants is classical music, be it Hindustani or classical. These wave sounds stimulate biochemical process in plant cells, leading to improve the growth and development of the plant. Now, Hindustani classical music, I've got big definitions, important things, because unless we know the whole structure of the rag, we cannot appreciate rag. We just heard what is rag, rag. We don't know what is rag. In broad sense, rag means any pleasant melody. Any pleasant melody is rag, broad sense. But in strict sense, rag got so many things. Therefore, it is powerful. Therefore, it is raining. Therefore, it creates power. Therefore, cows produce more milk, because the whole structure is very, very deep. For example, now, this has got tat. Tat has got different kinds of tats, quality. And from the tat comes a rag. 10 tats, jati. The harmony notes in ascending, harmony notes in descending. Important note, Vadi, Samvadi, Prakriti, Ganeka Samay. Ganeka Samay is important. The time of singing is important. For example, Rag Bhairav. Rag Bhairav should be sung only in the morning. Rag Bhairavi only in the evening. The professional singer cannot afford to sing Rag Bhairav in the evening or Rag Bhairavi in the morning. So Ganeka Sama is also very, very important. Pakad, a group of notes by which we can recognize the rag. Swar, notes, Sadaj, Rishab, Gandhar, Madhyam, Pancham, Daivat, Nishad. Very beautiful names. Alap, Khyals are songs, tans, fast movement. Shruti. Now Shruti is very important. We have got only 12 semitones in Western music. Indian music believes in 22 microtones. Quarter tones, 22 microtones. And that is beautiful. That we can hear only on the tambura or violin or veena of Carnatic music. On those instruments you can hear 22 quarter tones. Other instruments, tempered instruments, you cannot, on the piano and keyboard, you cannot hear. You can only hear the semitones. These quarter tones you can get only on these instruments. Nad, Tal. Tal is a time signature. Vibhag, Sam, Tali, Khali. La is speed. Adaptation of Indian classical music to the growth of musical heritage. Goa, we say Goa's musical heritage is better to distinguish Goa's Hindu musical heritage and Goa's Christian musical heritage. Although Goa was under Portuguese culture influence, practically in Goan Hindu culture, during their festivals and celebration, Hindustani classical music is often used by professional singers, players, performing khyal, thumri, ghazal, bhajan. The main instrument used by them is tabla, harmonium, shanai, pakavaj, tambura. But among the Christian community, music in Goa is unique. Due to Portuguese influence, one can hear the combination of Western and Portuguese music at different places in Goa. After Vatican II Council, in Goa, the religious music has been used from Guyana to Jalo, after the Vatican II Council. But before Vatican II Council, the music used in the church for religious purpose was mostly from the hymnal known as Ozana. There was a hymnal called Ozana. From that Ozana, Meshri used to sing us, teach us from the only songs from the Ozana. And Gregorian music was used from the book Liber Usualis. Liber Usualis. Gregorian music has only 4 lines. Christian community in the cultural field they use mandos, ulpots, kandara, diknis, swadas, and many village Konkani songs. Many Goan musician composers produce fusion melodies, making use of Hindustani classical music, especially in Bollywood and abroad. Now, similarities of Western scales and rags. There are certain scales. We are using the scales, composers are using the scales, but not in means. Means portamento, sliding notes. So, scale Phrygian is similar to rag Bhairavi. Scale Lydian equal to rag Kalyan. Scale Alien is equal to rag Darbari. Scale Ionian equal to rag Bilawal. Scale pentatonic equal to rag Bhopali. I have observed that some of the above Western scales are similar to certain rags, but their style of singing and playing is different without using the mind. So mind is a very important term in Indian music. Mind is a portamento. La, 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 la. This portamento, these legatos are very important in Indian music. You cannot do it, turn, 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 turn. You cannot do it like Western music, hammer the notes. But their style is different. I would like to demonstrate some hymns from Guyana Jalo while the adaptation of certain rags. Rag Bhagashri. Bhagashri is such a beautiful rag. Dhani sa ma, gare sa dhani sa ma, madani da madama gama, gare sa dhani sa ma. So Dipti Vunti Sulakini, Dipti Vunti Sulakini, Bodu Vyanchi Tungirani, Bodu Vyanchi Tungirani. Rag Bhagashri, Darbari. So another, Malkons, like Malkons. Povid, Dolbaranzo, Surveys Purtumpu. Rag Malkons, which can be easily adapted. I'm just suggesting. I'm not, that depends on the committee later on. But these rags can be easily adapted for Christian the hymns. Musical tradition of Goa. Excuse me. 5, 3, 3. Okay. Some Gregorian music in Eastern classical, there is similarity. Gregorian music also is very elevating to God, like Indian music. Gregorian music used for the Psalms, Magnificat, Magnificat, la 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 la. This has got portamento, like Indian music also has a portamento, like Gregorian music also has portamento. Gregorian music is exactly like alap. Gregorian music does not have polyphony, just like the Hindustani classical music. Gregorian music is very inspirational, like Hindustani classical rags, Bhagashri, Darbari, Bhairavi, Bhopali. Gregorian music is always unison, homophonic, no harmony. So it's got similarities between Gregorian and Hindustani. Similarities between Goan traditional folk songs and Hindustani classical music. There are many Goan songs which have got similar to rags. For example, even Doriya Chala Rari. This has got to be using means. Doriya Chala Rari. Tonri ma cha uzva dari. See, this means, these portamentos are there in classical music. So we can easily adapt classical music also in our hymns. That's my point. Dogoti gubia tini ailukum sara. Ansaiba pultridiveta damulya look. So we have got using these songs. So they are based in rags. So we can adapt them to our Konkani Christian and literature, bring them, would be nice. So fusion song between Goan music, and I've done concerts in some near two concerts of Goan music, Hindustani music, and Western music. It was well appreciated by the audience. Later on, they reported on one of the New York's newspaper. We tried also Konkani Sammilan in early 2000, Ravindra Bhavan, before building Ravindra Bhavan, Margaon. The celebrity singer Kishori Amonkar was present, and she gave standing ovation for this fusion program. So that means some rags can be adapted. Now, last I would say recommendations to encourage the value of Hindustani music. Recommendation. First, the congregation may take time to accept the rag music. May take time. But it could be gradually and carefully introduced in Goan Christian music literature. Perhaps diocesan high schools could employ teachers who could teach some basic rags. Basic rags. There are 400 rags, 400. They are wives of rags, raginis. Not important, but some basic rags. Appreciation of Hindustani classical music could be promoted whenever, wherever, and whenever there is opportunity. Fusion music concerts to be organized whenever and wherever possible. Motivate and encourage the youth to attend Hindustani classical music concerts. Certain tals of Hindustani classical music like Tintal, Kerva, Rupak, Dadra could be gradually introduced in our liturgical hymns. Finally, I would like to recommend and suggest to Goa Liturgical Music Commission to publish a special edition of Gayana Jalo hymns based on rags so that the congregation could gradually and carefully get used to our rich and beautiful Indian cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. So, Peter Cardoso. All the three presentations were really good. I was thinking we could tie them up into the question of translation. The translation of traditions, the sound traditions, whether Western, Indian, Goan, all of them are trying to struggle along this issue. And I know that the sound archives of Goa will certainly have Indian, Goan, and also Western. And some of the silences of the sounds that are there over a period of time, you have tried to bring the silence back to some voice. There are some silences, perhaps we have politically suppressed certain types of musics. Could be STs, could be, some instruments which are not seen today. So there are different ways. Music tradition of Goa is not innocent, whether it's Christian or whether it is Indian or Hindu, whatever. No tradition, music is always very, very close to our heart, very much identity bound, and therefore all these traditions meet somewhere, and that's where your nostalgic restoration, what she was trying to bring to us, that the past becomes alive. At the same time, past takes us in the future. So that type of, the present and the future is tied together by that music. And somehow we belong. And sometimes this belonging can also be one that I don't belong. Can be also the other side. So that's what, the curtain from behind. There are some people who have been behind the curtains and history has put them there. Now they are in front because you brought us the Goan miracle. I call it the Goan miracle because what happened is the harmonization of Indian, whether it's Hindustani, and there are a lot of questions about what is Hindustani, whether it was also Islamic and Dalit music coming together and Persian music. As a result of that, what we call Hindustani. So Indian classical music is a problematic political question. That is being questioned in musicology, and people have been debating over that. There are many silences in that. There are silences of the Dalit music, also Islamic music. All these are silent, and now suddenly one classical music is projected. But be it as it be, since he presented the idea of Goans going there and trying to harmonize the two traditions, and we found a way through the scores that we could write because of the Western tradition coming and getting rooted in Goa. So it is a great nostalgic restoration for us to feel happy that our Goan tradition has also produced a harmonization of Indian with the West. So there was an encounter which was important, a conversation, as you put it, between East and West. And then Father has come up with his final thing that the Western music is visible, but behind the curtain, behind the sounds and the sound archives, or whether it's Christian, Gayana Jello or anywhere, we still have the sounds of the Indian classical music. We still have, and we can go a long way. That is what he's trying to tell us. So the Goan sound archive is rich. Let us cherish it and take it forward. So with this, I open this house for your questions, comments, discussion. Please raise your hand and also name the person you want to ask the question. Father is generous enough to give us 30 minutes, but if we don't need, we can stop and you can meet individually. But at 1 o'clock we close. Father has given us, because they have given us a lot of food to think and question, be happy about. Also think about the silences and doesn't have to bring voices to those silences, because that is dangerous also. It is political. If I want to give voice to something that has been already down, this is what happens with BJP, sorry to say that. The silent past wants to be recovered and given a future, which is not so good. Anyway, we have to affirm, validate, accept, and grow. That is the way I would say. So let us, go forward with our questions. Yeah, here. You name yourself and also name the person you want to ask.
Hi, my name is Kaustubh. My question is to SEBANTI. I just wanted to know that you said your ethnography happened in Goa and Meghalaya. So could you just also give us some sense of what your ethnography in Meghalaya looked like? And do you draw from any comparisons and other kind of observations? Thanks.
Yes, thank you for the question. I spent about 6 months in Goa and 6 months in Meghalaya. And in Goa, I have talked about my experience while singing, doing participant observation, which is a part of ethnography with the Goa University Choir, as well as trying to understand the genesis of preserving sacred Goan traditions through Rashol Seminary, through a biography of the seminarians, and looking at seminary as an institution, as a repository of that cultural tradition. When it comes to Meghalaya, I've primarily looked at two choirs in Shillong Chamber Choir and Aroha Choir. There has been a different approach while studying both the choirs. With Shillong Chamber Choir, it was more like a green room ethnography, I would say, because they were a celebrity choir and they had certain fixed ideas of how they wanted to, be part of the research. And they were very clear from the beginning. With Aroha Choir, it was much more free-flowing, and I used to, I was part of their rehearsals. I never sung with them. And so the case study of the choirs comes more from Meghalaya in my book. And the understanding of, say, beginning of a sacred repertoire is through the seminaries in Goa. So I have purposely tried to keep instead of repetition, two different ways of approaching. Yeah.
Anybody else? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Benedito. My question's for SEBANTI and Naresh. So when it comes to the study of Goa, its cultural production and heritage, theories of syncretism are the first go-to. But, going off a comment that Father Ferrão made, nothing isn't already always mixed, right? So what happens if we move away from theories of syncretism? What might that allow us to see that we're now being delimited by when we only think through or see through a lens of syncretism? And so to illustrate my question a little bit further, when one looks at forms of Goan architecture, for example, from the colonial period, right? And you hear this erroneous term being thrown around quite easily these days of the Portuguese house, which is not a thing in Goa because they're all Goan. And especially because the Goan home or the Goan church, that architectural form, there isn't an equivalent of it in Europe. Right? So the theory of syncretism actually fails when we start to think about this more deeply, right? Or forms of writing, Goan writing in Portuguese, which wasn't written to be consumed in Portugal. It was only ever read in Goa itself, right? So what happens when we think of syncretism actually as failure in modes of thinking of Goan cultural production, right? What might that open up for us when we think of forms of invention that are specific to Goa? And Naresh, as much as I appreciate the point you ended on, which is that the Goan musician is now becoming more visible, unfortunately I have way too much to say about the film Kulho Naho, which I just finished teaching. The very project of Bollywood, and this film in particular, is about disappearing the marginalized, right? So in this film, for example, the Preeti Zinta and her family are actually meant to be Christian, and that song is a celebration of the union of Gujaratis and Punjabis in the diaspora, right? So in as much as I appreciate the point that you're making about, the resurfacing of the Goan musician, that song is actually a celebration of the unison of two very obvious Indian communities. So.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I am actually not trying to talk about a syncretic theory. In my larger work, I do talk about how the colonial encounters and how vernacular and indigenous agency come together. And there is this process that I describe as sonic inculturality, where there is an ongoing dialogue. And like you said, that there is... it's very difficult to say what is authentic, but we start with certain categories and then build on those categories. So certain things get erased and certain things get added on. So it's more like layering. And again, this whole political conscious choice, which is driven by many socio-cultural and historical factors, which are rooted in specific geographies, that a certain styles of music to be canonized in a particular way and defining in a particular way. So even in my present new work that I wish to do, I wish to problematize the understanding of what is cultural heritage, or why is state trying to come up with cultural heritage categories. Say, I'm a Bengali, so Durga Puja is a cultural heritage. But then Bihar has a very different version of celebration of Durga Puja, where Asur is celebrated. So there is always a majority and minority voices that are being talked about, and that everybody, I think, talked about in the paper. So I hope I was able to answer.
Actually, I would not think in syncretic terms, rather than add a little political side to it by thinking in a way of hybridizing. Actually, hybridization happens over, and I feel it is a kind of whether you can call it syncretism, but it is more, you don't repeat, but you hybridize. And you become more different from what it was in the beginning. So if you go back to Homi Bhabha and his hybridization way of looking at, I think all this coming together is not exactly syncretic. Syncretic is more neutral and more apolitical. Here, as she has pointed out, there can be many, many wills that are driving us to do what we do, what type of music and what type of audience and what. So, what is called our choices sometimes can be voyeuristic. I want to see this music. Here is another thing. I want to see. And therefore, I want to see this music growing. And so all energy is put in this tradition. So that way, there are different driving forces all the time in societies, and even there behind the curtains, certain people were in front of the curtains, right? When Goans were behind the curtains, others were playing as if they were great musicians. So that is how it was. So it is a different cultural, I think, development. You want to say something about this?
We'll talk after that. All right.
Okay.
Yes. This is for Naresh. Thank you for your presentation. Like what Father was talking about, like behind the curtains and in front of the curtains. Possibly one of the persons who came to the front of the curtains was Frank Fernandes. All right, and I believe that is because he spoke Hindi and Urdu well, and he mixed with them socially. So while the musicians, the music directors, and maybe the lyric writers had great respect for this behind the curtain musicians from Goa, the producers and the directors maybe did not have it because they weren't meeting them socially and they were not able to talk. So what do you have to say about that?
I can't claim to be I interviewed many people, including Frank Fernandes, and one of his sort of great regrets was that he had never got the recognition that music directors got. So they were always billed as assistant music directors. So I don't think he sort of came in front of the curtain either for his music. He then tried to produce Hindi films, and perhaps that's what gave him some recognition. Of course, he produced Konkani films. And so that's what I think most people remember him for, but not so much for his Hindi film music.
Yeah. One behind first.
When you speak, could you keep the mic closer because it's not picking up on the system?
Okay. Then you.
Can you stand and talk, please, so that you're visible also?
You mentioned the Braganzas as a family. There's some talk about them being the same Briganzas who are running music stores across Calcutta and Lucknow and a lot of places. And there are some stories that say that they're not the same Briganzas. So in your research, have you been able to clarify that, whether that's the same Briganza family? Because there is talk about Briganza family that moved from Goa to Karachi, then to Lucknow, and then settled down in Calcutta. And they are the same Briganzas that are running the music stores and kept, they've restored a 200-year-old piano that Tagore used to play, and so on and so forth. So in any of your studies, were you be able to...
So I don't know enough about this, but that's interesting. We should... There were several Goan families that ran music stores all the way through. There was the family known as the Godinios who ran stores called Godans from Delhi all the way to Quetta, and then there was also, and Peshawar. I don't know enough about the Briganzas to be able to answer that, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Since this conference is on music and musicians, we tend to think of music in isolation. As somebody pointed out, it has to be seen in a context and content and context to architecture, to our carvings in the churches and all. The thing what has happened, according to me, is the first mistake we do is that we think that the music, the Goan heritage, musical heritage, is from the Portuguese. It is not. It is from the Spaniards, and more particularly from the Basque region. If you analyze all our dulpots and all, they have a strong connection. There are some lines which are almost looks like copied. So it's Basque, and surely the Jesuits must have done the work. That is the first thing. Second thing, if you go to our churches, you see the images carved. They are all static. They are all in one position. They have not changed down the edges, because our carpenters were taught to do an image of whatever, and they are static. They don't move. Although Europe moved further. You see Michelangelo's David? He's static. He's in contemplation about how to put. Then came the Rococo period and Bernini. He is already, his stones are flying, his sling is flying. In our churches, we don't have that. They are all static. So also in our music, the same thing happened. I don't know whether it's, I'm trying to find out whether it's because of the religious suppression, or our music also stayed static. That's why we never took care of forms. We have not, see, there is in all classes, if you go to Cuba, if you go to Latin America, who had similar influences of colonial this, they have moved further. Now, I never heard Goan dances, like for example, Bela Bartok wrote Hungarian dances. They are ditto the same dances which are danced by the folks, but they are world famous. Even our students, they play Hungarian dances for their Trinity College exam. But we have not gone, like we have, I'm searching for a work, a full-size work which, with a sonata form. We have not cared for forms. We have not, so we have to be a little bit self-critical also and realize what we are missing so that we put. But if we think that we are all good, that won't bring us further. Now you see the lullabies or whatever, we have, but we have to elevate them as an art form. Like you have songs, which can be, you have deknis, you have dulpots. They are just songs. But when it will be an art form, when somebody with a technical knowledge and having the skills, like I don't want to compare Bach or something like that on the violin, but unaccompanied sonatas of Bach, they are some of them are very simple, but the thought process, and that's where we have to aim to. And I think coming back to this whole thing is, and I also believe that now when we should not think in I don't know where the West starts and East ends. To me, it's all one now. It's high time that it is one. There's no such thing as West and East. There's no such thing as Western and Eastern. We have to be into on the highway of where we are going, and that is where we have to. It has to be forward thinking. Otherwise, we'll remain with where we are. So my question is that we have to also think about the way forward. And I don't know, Sabatin, I don't know what you think about it, because now you're having, there were choirs in Goa. They did sacred music concert, but there was no work of Konkani sacred music. And there are so many composers, priests, laymen, who composed Konkani sacred music is there. In fact, that is the only thing which is there, more prominent than all other things. Because most probably the church also wanted to use music as a tool for their growth. Yeah, worship or growth. So, but it is not sung in Goa. Goa University now had to give some credit. I think Father Peter also has some Konkani music written. It could be arranged sacred music. But that is the problem, no? We are not looking to ourselves, we are looking. So any recommendation?
Goan sacred music is documented, and we have up to 22 volumes.
Yes, Father, I know.
It is documented. So if university wants or anybody wants to research, they can. There is no this. There was one Cecilia also. Could you be short, because there are many people who want to ask questions.
No, it's okay.
After that, Cecilia.
I'll be covering some of it.
In your talk, yeah, okay.
This is for Peter, Father Peter. First of all, Father Peter, I'm very impressed and I'm very curious because you know all the rags so well. And being a Catholic priest, you know, the small 20-minute session that you had, you have enlightened me, and I'm sure a lot of us, we are into performing arts. My team is here today because we are into dancing, but sometimes we need to know more into it. So my first question is, Father, to you is, when did your love for rags started? Like, you know, was it before joining priesthood or during your priesthood that you went totally into music? That is one part. And the knowledge that you have, Father, if we can, you know, have it into a beautiful narration, like you gave different rags in, like, you know, in the Konkani song, you said it into 3. Children today don't know different rags, and I passed out from a Catholic school, and our music classes don't have, like, you know, our Goan culture involved in the way you just, you know, said it so beautifully. If something can be planned for a young generation so that we can take this further on, because it's something that not youngsters know about it, and I think so this will be something, if you can put it into, you know, a nice compilation and give it to schools, the music class teachers also can, you know, put forward and give children the guidance. So these 2 questions, if you can, Father, your love for rags, how did it inculcate, and if you can plan something, a suggestion for the children of Goa for the music class in schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to attend music classes, Indian music classes, in Pachmadi. So 6 years I've been, every year I used to go. And all the teachers were from Nagpur University. And they gave us a lot of sense of Indian music. And I appreciated the way they were singing, great ustads. From that time, I started liking Indian music. And started promoting Indian music, not only in Goa, but even abroad when I went to New York. I gave concerts of Indian music, fusion, rags. Because as I said, the rags are so beautiful. Because some people, as you said, they don't know what is the power of the rag. Unless you sing in that way, with that portamento, with that mind, that doesn't become a rag. I gave a comparison of so many scales, Phrygian, Aeolian, all those scales, pentatonic. But they be sing la 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 with those staccatos. But legato la da ni sa ma ga re sa da ni sa ma da ni da sa ni da ma ga re sa da ni sa ma. So the way you sing, the mind, that's the way of singing rag. And I liked it because so inspirational, so devotional, and you brings calmness and more devotion into the body. So I try to, wherever it is possible, I try to do it and tell my student and teach my student and do the concerts, even now.
What can we do for our schools?
Yes, I have already suggested. I gave a suggestion, last suggestion I gave here. The congregation may take time to accept the rag music, may take time, but it could be gradually, carefully introduced in Goan Christian music liturgy. Indian, they are already using rags. All the great performers, accomplished virtuosos, they are using rags. They are already using. But Christian, they have got a little limitation because of the liturgy, whatever. But it could be gradually introduced because such a beautiful music of India. When I went to America, oh yeah, are you from India? Yes. So you must be knowing a lot of Indian music. I knew little. But they ask other priests also, are you from India? Yes, but they don't know Indian music. So when they don't know their own culture, it becomes, it doesn't look good. So our culture, wherever is possible, but when possible, we should try to learn our culture, deep, spiritual, everybody followed everywhere over the world.
Thank you. Now, Western Indian music is taught in the seminary, so most of the younger generation, not me, that is coming will know. At least you were teaching. Glenn is still teaching. So in our Ashol seminary where I teach, we have this Indian music. Any more questions, please? You will cover there. Anybody? It's done? It was a very soul-stirring session. We were all into it. I thank everybody. I thank the presenters, Naresh, Father, and sorry for SEBANTI, and the rest of you who raised questions and also discussed and encouraged everybody by your presence. Thank you. Let Goan music and in consonance with the rest of the sounds of India grow together, and all of us go happy. As he said, music can make us feel good. Music can also make us feel bad. Music can make us angry and fight. So music is wider, not just, earlier Shivaji used to play all that and fight. While fighting, music was used. And even today, military is using music. So music is good in all its colors and shades. Thank you.
Thank you. So we would like to present a memento to everyone on the dais, or we'll start with the chair. I would like to request David Furtado to present a memento to the chair, Reverend Father Dr. Victor Ferrão. Nicole Soares to present a memento to Dr. SEBANTI CHATTERJEE. We have Mr. Jean Lino de Mello, a musician amongst us, who will present a memento to Mr. Fernandes. And Ms. Cecil Rodrigues, who will present a memento to Reverend Father Dr. Peter Cardozo. And it's time for a quick photo session with those on the dais. Let me also, before you move out, let me tell that we are breaking in for a lunch break now from right up to 2 p.m. And the lunch break will be entertaining too with an artist who hails from the village of Beta Albati. I'm sure you have seen him accompany Goan Fado singers like Sonia Shirsit and Nadia Rebello. He's part of the duo outfit Sangre Latina with multi-instrumentalist Franz Schubert Cotta. And this artist has a passion for jazz, Latin American, bossa nova, samba, and is currently working on producing original music with violinist Selwyn Mendes. Presenting to you Siddharth Cotta, if Siddharth is around. So presenting to you Siddharth Cotta, I'm sure you know him, and he will be entertaining all of us while we have our lunch. We shall be back here at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Hello, Father.
Thank you.
Father, you'll give her
but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believe in me. Yes, it's only a canvas sky hanging over a muslin tree, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played in a penny arcade. It's a Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played in a penny arcade.
How do I click? How do I click? Yeah, I'll click basic.
Check. Heather. Check. Hold. Check. 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 One. Well.
So welcome back once again after a great lunch break. And they say food is music to the body and music is food to the heart. And our lunchtime was definitely filled with lots of music and lovely music. That too, thanks to Mr. Siddharth Kota, who definitely deserves a huge round of applause for single-handedly really entertaining us there with some lovely music. And as a sign of our love, we would like to present a memento to Mr. Siddharth Kota and by the convener, Father Kelwin Monteiro. So thanks to his music, we are all charged up right now for session 2 of this national conference, the contributions of the Goan Christian musicians to the musical heritage of Goa. This session will be chaired by Mr. Schubert Kota. The paper presenters are Dr. Louis Dais, Mr. Franz Schubert Kota, and in absentia by Dr. Frederick Nerona. I would like to invite the chair, Mr. Schubert Kota, and paper presenters, Dr. Louis Dais, Mr. Franz Schubert Kota, Dr. Frederick Nerona, to please come here onto the dais. Father Kelwin Monteiro will present a bouquet of flowers to Mr. Schubert Kota. There is Shankar. Okay, there's Meenakshi from Thomas Stephens Konkani Kendra who will present a bouquet of flowers to Dr. Louis Dais. Father Jose Silveira from Thomas Stephens Konkani Kendra will present a bouquet of flowers to Dr. Frederick Nerona. And Father Kelwin Monteiro again will present a bouquet of flowers to Mr. Franz Schubert Kota. Mr. Schubert Kota, who is chairing this session, studied music in Portugal, Spain, and Germany after completing his LTCL in teaching and LRSM, that's a licentiate of the Royal College of Music London, in performance, that's a guitar. At a very young age, he started the guitar department at Santa Cecilia Music School and later at Kala Academy, Goa, that was then Accademia de Musica. After completing his studies in Germany, he worked in the music industry for many years before returning to his roots in Goa. He is a founder member of the Guitar Guild Goa and has organized many successful international music festivals. He has been on the executive board, advisory board, and general counsel of the Kala Academy. Mr. Kota now resides in Dona Paula, where he owns the music studio Opus Gala and teaches classical guitar. In 2010, he was awarded the Andres Segovia Award at the International Guitar Festival, Calcutta. In 2015, he wrote and arranged the music for the movie Enemy. That same year, he led a group that was invited to perform in Berlin at the prestigious House of World Cultures. In 2017, he served as a member of the General Council of the Kala Academy and on the Board of Studies for Music at the Goa University. Schubert Kota produced a national award-winning Konkani film Amori in 2018, for which he scored the background music as well. So that's Mr. Schubert Kota for us. Our first paper presenter for this second session is Dr. Louis Dais. Dr. Louis Dais is a physician and musician. He is the founder and project director of Child's Play India Foundation, a music charity established in 2009 that works to instill positive values and create social empowerment through music education to India's disadvantaged children. He is the founder and conductor of Camerata Goa, which has given regular high-caliber, widely acclaimed performances since its inception in 2013. Dr. Dais has studied conducting and orchestration with the late Alan Hazelden, professor for conducting at the Guildhall School of Music and Drama. He has also studied violin with violinist conductor pedagogue Joseph Wolfe, son of Sir Colin Davis. He has performed in chamber groups and orchestras in India, England, and the United States, notably the Corinthian Chamber Orchestra in London, where he continues to play on return visits there. He is a music journalist and critic and has been widely published in India and around the world. He has lectured about music at various colleges and institutions, including the Xavier Center for Historical Research. Dr. Lewis is an impresario who has brought several world-class ensembles to the Goan public, most notably the Chorally String Quartet, Jesus College Cambridge Choir, the Southwest Festival Chorus, and the musicians of the Symphony Orchestra of India, in the first ever complete performance of Handel's Messiah at the Bon Jésus Basilica, and the Somerville College Choir, among many others. Dr. Dais is also a history and heritage enthusiast and leads bespoke heritage walks in Panjim and Old Goa. I invite Dr. Lewis Dais to present his paper on contributions of the Goan Christian musicians to Western classical music in Goa and the diaspora.
Thank you. Thank you. I would just like to check the time. So, yeah, so it's 2:11, so that means 2:31, no? Yeah, good. Yeah, so contributions of Goan Christian musicians to classical music in Goa and the diaspora. This is the topic that's been given to me. A little bit of the introduction and background, and I'll be repeating something that has been said already, but it has to be said, so I'll be quick. Goa has a longer colonial history than the rest of the Indian subcontinent. As we all know, the Portuguese came here in 1510, left in 1961, much longer than the other colonial powers like the British, Dutch, and the French, who arrived later and left earlier. And unlike those powers, for the Portuguese, the imperative for colonization and elsewhere in its holdings all over the world was an equal emphasis on evangelization and on trade and commerce. The evangelical zeal diminished over time, but it left a strong Roman Catholic legacy in the former territories of the overseas Portuguese colonial empire. The diminution in evangelical zeal over time is quite obvious, and if one observes the Catholic presence in Goa, which is higher in the territories of the various conquistors. I'll be a bit quick, okay, and to a lesser extent in the novice conquistors. Music as an essential part of the spread of Christianity. Furthermore, to the foundation and the spread of the Catholic faith in Goa was the establishment of the seminaries and colleges. And so this has been touched already by Father Loiola Pereira. So we have here the Seminary de Santa Fe, which became the Colégio de São Paulo, and many others, such as the Seminário, the Rachol, and the seminary in the island of Ferrão. The students at the Jesuit College of São Paulo were taught not only the regular curriculum of European grammar schools, but also singing instruments, music, and dancing. But it was in the village parishes, that this is something that's already been said, it was in the village parish schools that the real foundation for Western classical musical training was laid in Goa, offered to young boys, first of the Brahmin caste and later extended to those from the others. Parish schools were established again, the directive was mentioned by Father in 1545 by the order of Jean III of Portugal. The children were taught, as we know, Christian doctrine, sacred music, konkani in Portuguese. The salaries of the teachers were paid for by the confrerias or the comunidad, and the purpose again was to participate in the liturgy. Now there is one oft quote that whenever we want to kind of rest on our laurels and sing about our past glories, this comes up again and again and again. Yeah, it is the observation of Monsignor Giuseppe Maria Sebastini of the order of the Scalzi Carmelites, first bishop of Hierapolis in Greece, and first Baron of the Hagia Sophia. And he made 2 expeditions to Goa between the years 1656 and 1665. So in his second expedition, he wrote this, which has been quoted many, many times. So to save time, I won't read it out, but I'm sure you can read it on the screen. And actually, this word canaries came up for discussion when Professor Dr. Angela Barrett-Xavier was leading a lecture series at the Goa University. What does it mean? So the word means different things, or meant different things to different people, because they were already talking in terms of the Bamons and the Shardwas, and yet they were talking about the Canaries. So who are the Canaries? Are they all the Goans, or are they people who are not the Bamons and the Shardwas? This was something that was not said. But anyhow, a literature review, or if you study of the primary sources, at least whatever I could get my hands on, and secondary sources, kind of leaves a gap from there to more or less a couple of centuries before our own time. Okay, and also there was some speculation about why this man was saying it. Was he saying this to praise us to the skies, which we deserved, or was he trying to making a political point about things in Europe at his own time? So that's open to speculation. But the fact that it was written in such glowing terms encourages us to think that we had a glorious past, and as being inheritors of the glorious past, we also have a glorious present. And I think that can be dangerous because it lulls us into complacency. So I think I've covered that, haven't I? Yeah. So I've gone through. I just want to come to the important parts, because some of these things are repetitions that have been discussed earlier, because there is quite an overlap in the historical precedent to the history of Goan Christian music, or the Goan Christian in the contribution to music of all kinds, Western, classical, and sacred, and folk. So the reasons for the dissemination of Goan musicians into the wider world, again, these are reasons that we need not go into in great depth, but because this is a matter of historical record. We have disease and decay, we have the Inquisition, we have the fall of the Vijayanagar Empire, all of these, and there's a whole list, the rise of the Marathas, the relative importance of Brazil over time. All of these things led to the decline of the Shtad de India, and because of the decline, there would have been some deterioration in the, what shall I say, in the fervor with which music was taught as well. One presumes this. And of course, one should not forget the suppression of the religious orders in Portugal, and therefore in Goa too. So, where does that get me? Okay, and then we also have the thing, whenever people talk about our colonial past, we either glorify it or we demonize it. So, among all the wonderful things that the Portuguese may have done, what they did not do is invest in many sectors of our development. Among them was the lack of investment in industries. So the economy was largely agrarian, and maybe fishing as well. And what was happening was, and I get some of this from the history that Naresh has already done in his book, the operation by the upper caste feudal landlords, which meant that people were chafing under the oppression of that oppression, and they wanted to get away from Goa for all of these reasons. So the nearest metropolitan hub at that time was Bombay, today's Mumbai. So, and in this place, they suddenly realized that whatever music get into a film orchestra, the Goans kind of, you had to pass through a Goan, and Goans would let only their own kind in. I don't know how far that is true, but that is one paper that seems to have suggested that. So, another important, okay, so you have them, these are pictures of them performing in various capacities, not necessarily classical music. And this thing that happened in 1921 was actually quite a significant event. The formation in 1921 of the Bombay Symphony Orchestra, which was mixed gender, mixed race, mixed religion. And at that time, I think it's safe to say that nowhere else in the world did you have an orchestra of that sort. So it really, really was groundbreaking. It didn't last very long, sadly. That is the thing about orchestral initiatives. We currently have an orchestra in Mumbai, the Symphony Orchestra of India, which has been going on for some time. But a lot of the semi-professional or the amateur orchestras they form, they break up, they metamorphose into something else. So these things happen, this sort of phenomenon happened in the bigger cities as well. So I want to refer you to this concert that happened in 1952, if I'm not mistaken. Yehudi Menuhin plays with it is no longer the Bombay Symphony Orchestra, it is now the Symphony Orchestra of Bombay, a rather odd acronym to have, SOB. So in this orchestra, if you look, I don't know whether it's legible, the roster of the rank and file of the musicians. Yeah, but it's like a who's who of the great violinists of the time, and a majority of them are Goan. Yeah, so if I can, I'm not able to read so well over here, but I think I said over there 37% of the strings alone were Goan, and a larger, what was the number that I mentioned? Yeah, so a larger number, that's a huge percentage, of Goan musicians in this orchestra at that time. But again, when history gets written and told, it isn't always given its due. There was recently an interview published by an Italian section of the press where they were interviewing Maestro Zubin Mehta. And it could have been, I dare say he did mention the Goan, but they might not have understood what he meant by Goan. But they said, they quoted him as saying that at that time when he was in Bombay, the orchestra was made up of Parsis and Jewish refugees and Europeans. But actually, what is missing in that sentence is the Goan musician. So I've written a couple of times in the press about this omission. And the important thing is, on all of these people, whether you study the biographies of musicians of the past or of the present, their entry point into music was the fact that they had a Goan root and that they were Christian. So the fact that these two things seem to be almost inextricable, they are kind of intertwined. So then a couple of years later in the 50s, you have another orchestra formed in Bombay by another Goan, a Goan barrister, violinist, conductor called Veer de Silva, who starts something called the Bombay City Orchestra. And one of the highlights of its again short-lived life was a concert that it gave as part of the US goodwill tour of this very famous American contralto called Marian Anderson. And then you also have, and a little earlier than that, he had formed in the 1940s India's first serious string quartet. I don't mean the quartets that played in the lobbies of the Oberoi or hotels like that, but I'm talking about a string quartet playing hardcore classical music. Where am I? So a century later, let me just try to find where I've got to. Bear with me. A century later, Goan origin Christian musicians continue to be part of the rank and file of orchestral and chamber ensembles in India's financial capital and elsewhere in India. The author personally knows a large number of them, and their love for an introduction into Western music in general and Western classical music in particular is overwhelmingly on account of their faith and Goan background. So we have, just for the sake of illustration, I'm showing you pictures of the Bombay Chamber and the Symphony Orchestra of India. It goes without saying that all the orchestral initiatives in Goa are largely Goan. So, the almost inseparable intertwining of the two and the innate love of Western music that comes with it has meant that Goan Christians, wherever they are, have migrated to and put down roots, have ensured that their own children were given a milieu in which the love of music was nurtured and inculcated. Okay, I'll move on a bit. A lot of the text is already there. So this is, now another side of it was pedagogy. Some of the great names, whether in Goa, obviously, but in the big cities in Bombay or the other cities, you have Goans. The big names, that since I'm a string player, I know the names of the great violinists. Dominic Pereira, Sebastian Vaz, Mikhail Martins. These were all Goans. So that's another side of the contribution of Goan musicians to the genre of Western classical music. And I have to put this disclaimer. I noticed that Father Loiola Pereira and the Reverend Cardinal put this disclaimer, and they passed the buck to speakers saying that we would mention names. And I am mentioning names only as they occur in the flow, because it is impossible to do justice to anyone, and no disrespect is mentioned to anyone who isn't mentioned. Then, of course, you have the people who ran the stores and repaired the instruments. We cannot forget them. So, going back in time, we first have Furtados and Sons, BX and LM, Pedro Fernandes, of course, the Braganzas, who obviously maybe have a connection with the Braganzas that Naresh was speaking about, I don't know. And he mentioned another one called Gudino, which I did not know about. Then coming to Goa, now maybe it's because these musicians, many of our Goans went overseas or went out, that Goa kind of, at least there's no much record until the 20th century of symphonic initiatives in Goa, until the formation of the Orchestra Sinfonica de Goa by Maestro Anton Figueiredo, which also, he also led the Academia de Música. And then from there on, I would like to refer you to something that I came across in the annals of the Xavier Center, something mentioned by Father Lourdin, a great name, successor to Anton Figueiredo, and a great orchestrator, educationist and everything, composer. He wrote this in this book. He wrote, "Our motets and mandos cannot bear comparison with their Western counterparts in artistic merit, with the amateur-like simplicity in their oh gosh, excuse me, my eyesight is terrible. In their structure and attributed to incompetence rather than to proficiency in the art of composition." Now, these are very, very harsh words, but he was a man who spoke as he pulled no punches. This is what his observation was in 1982. So if Goa produced so many prominent artists, where are they now? If gave so many performers, why not any composers? This is what he was asking right then. And basically what he was saying was that there was lack of the killing of the stoppage of the village schools, which I don't know, since I'm sitting among so many priests, I sometimes wonder whether Goa liberation in 1961 and also falling upon that the Vatican Council of 1962 I'm not sure whether the Vatican Council too meant that because we were going towards the vernacular, it divorced music from catechism. Because I grew up learning solfa along with my Our Father and Hail Mary. But no, it doesn't happen anymore. So I'm wondering whether that has been part of the reason that music is not so much an integral part of music, of Catholic education in churches. So I put that question out to all of you. Again, now look at, in 1967, this was the rank and file of the Goa Symphony Orchestra. Okay? Look at them. Since the topic is Goan Christian musicians, 100% Christian, 100% Goan. This is not possible now. Am I okay for time? Okay. Okay, I'll just hurry up. Okay. This is unimaginable now. We are, even for lower strings, we have to import people. We just do not have woodwinds and brass. It is a very unfortunate situation. So this is something we have got to ask ourselves whether we have progressed or we have actually regressed. So we have initiatives like Patricia Rosario's Giving Voice, which have actually in many ways they only underscore what more needs to be done. We try our best to do what we are doing. We are 15 years old, but it is just a drop in the ocean of the larger work that needs to be done. Every homegrown Christian who has attained worldwide training and exposure has had to travel beyond Goa's borders to attain this level. I find this very, very tragic. But then this, one example of somebody who has made a big name for himself and who I've spoken to very recently as part of my research for this paper was this man called Jordan D'Souza. At 36, he is the conductor of the world-famous Commercial Opera in Berlin. You know, but his parents his parents first were in Dubai, and then from there they moved on to Canada, and his parents wanted him to be in a Jesuit school where he could learn singing. And the choral conductor there picked him up and said, "You have the flair for conducting." And from there it has led him to all sorts of things. My point is that we should be having this sort of crucible over here. Okay, another issue that we have is accessibility to scores. I was just talking to Schubert Cotta about this. What have I done? Yeah, accessibility scores. Now, basically, there are composers like Anthony Gonsalves, Father Lourdin Barret, Michael Martins. If somebody is sitting in another part of the world wants to play their music, you just don't. The scores are not available, and that basically becomes self-defeating because these names are known largely in Goa and not much beyond. But it is partly of our own making. Whoever is the custodian of the music, I know it's well-intentioned. Maybe it's because of copyright or royalties or want the music getting lost or whatever it might be. But compare this with this girl who's actually half Goan, and her music is available on the internet. Rima Ismail. Okay, so but I'm just ending now. On the positive side, we have never been in a better situation than we are now. The glass is half full. We are an economic superpower. Musicians want to come and work with us. You'll be surprised how many people during the pandemic alone were keeping on sending messages saying, could you employ us? We need jobs, whatever it is. And we have people like Carl Lachmlia, who is well connected in England with the Royal College and with Trinity Laban, who could help us. He's Goan himself. And this is my conclusion. So with these words, I'll end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Louis Dias. Our second paper presenter of the second session here is Mr. Franz Schubert Agnello de Miranda Cotta. Mr. Cotta is an assistant professor at the discipline of Portuguese and Lusophone Studies of Shenoy Goembab School of Languages and Literature at the Goa University. He has practiced law for 15 years and has over 30 years of experience in the music industry across various genres. His interest in cultural studies has motivated him to research performative practices. He has been part of the international research project Liber Sound, which was funded by the FCT Portugal. He takes up consultancy projects in translation for research and other allied areas. Mr. Franz Schubert Cotta will present a paper, The Litany in Goa, a Practice in Transformation.
How do I put it off? Just press the button.
and was based on Latin, so the litanies included prayers in Latin, Portuguese, and Konkani. Gradually, the family expanded and spread throughout the world following the migratory phenomenon that is an intrinsic part of Goa's history. As a result, family feasts and get-togethers became less and less popular, and with them, so did the litanies. The Pereira's house, to which my paternal grandmother belonged, was located in the town of Margao and had been built at the beginning of the 20th century. It was large, so I'm not going to do the finer details of this, but this residential structure, common in different Indo-Portuguese houses, required a lot of maintenance, and so the dispersal of the heirs to different parts of the world finally led to its sale. Gradually, the house began to be emptied, leaving the altar for the very end. However, a few days before the house was demolished, the family gathered for the last time for a litany, which took place on 19th of October 2007. Now, this event demonstrates the importance of the litany in the family context. However, despite its importance, to date, there has been very little to no academic work dedicated to studying this practice and analyzing its real importance in the daily lives of Goan families. My fundamental aim of my work is to contribute to the study of musical practices in Goa by analyzing the litany as a gregarious phenomenon in the daily family and domestic life of Catholic Goans. Therefore, my study seeks to answer questions such as: what is a litany? What profile did the litany acquire in Goa? What components are part of the performance of a litany in Goa? The different types of litanies that we can find in Goa. How important is the music in the performance of a litany? And to what extent might the disappearance of a traditional family context centered on the family home jeopardize the preservation of the practice of the litany? So, I'm trying to answer the question, how can the extinction of a tangible heritage jeopardize the maintenance or possibly lead to the extension of certain performance and musical repertoires or the intangible heritages associated with it? Okay, so I'm just breezing through a little bit due to paucity of time. So, the word ladainha or litany in Portuguese, or a litany in English, or litania in Latin, comes from the Greek word litaneia, which means communal supplication, and the Greek verb litaneum means to pray insistently. So, a litany is a form of intercessory prayer. It is used in Catholic worship and consists of a series of prayers organized into short invocations with repeated responses. It is a responsorial type of practice in which two groups of individuals alternate reciting or singing a text, with one of the groups responsible for invoking divine entities and the other responsible for a fixed text, as it happens in the practice of the Kyrie. Father Marcel Claro writes that the pray for us, or a pro nobis, repeated countless of times in the litany is said in a tone of invocation. That is, by praying, we are bringing close to us the memory of someone we love who was important or who achieved the grace of holiness. So, litanies can be sung by an individual, a group, a community, as well as by congregation in the church. They can also be prayed alone in a group or in a community, For example, at the end of a rosary, you can always have a litany. They could be complicated, simple, or sometimes just a series of invocations pleading for mercy. Okay, there is no particular date as to when the litany started. But one person suggests that it dates back to the 4th century in Antioch, and this style, which was adopted by Christianity from the synagogues, involves repeating the same verse multiple times, just like it does in the Old Testament. So the Litany of All Saints is the oldest litany that we have, and is the model for the other litanies. So the types of litanies approved by the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church has approved 6 types of litanies, only 4 of which are well known. The 6 litanies are Litany of the Most Holy Name of Jesus, Litany of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, Litany of the Precious Blood of Jesus, Litany of All Saints, Litany of Our Lady, and Litany of Saint Joseph. 2 of these litanies, that is the Litany of All Saints and Litany of Our Lady, are considered very popular. All of these litanies have the character of intercession and supplication in common. Some of them also have a partial indulgence associated with them. These litanies, in particular, the litanies of the saints and of Our Lady, varied from century to century and from land to land. And in addition to the variation in the litanies, even the invocations themselves have changed because each land and generation like to invoke their favorite saints of their time or land. I'm not going into the details of each of these litanies, but yeah. So when we talk about litanies in Goa, we know that its adoption by the Catholics of Goa is probably due to the relationship that Goa had with Portugal, having been under the rule between 1510 and 1661. During this period, but especially during the first periods of two centuries of the colonization, Goa underwent a strong process of Christianization, during which a number of practices associated with Catholicism also came to be represented in Goa. In a book, Guerra de Jasmi e Mogari, Susana Sardo says the family or community litany from a non-liturgical perspective. So she examines the role played by the litany for obtaining for itself a greater dimension based on the size of the participant community as an experience of public conviviality. She has also, in another text, defined or described the practice of the litany, which is in many ways consistent with what is still happening in Goa today. During the process of Christianization in Goa, new churches and chapels began to spring up in many parts of the territory. Little by little, Goa began to be known as the Rome of the East. Every ward had a chapel and even smaller chapels. The Christian faith grew and small crosses gradually appeared in wards and public places. Today, even though the Goan society is in the minority, it has not stopped building more crosses. Some of these crosses have appeared in recent times, which also serve to remember and pray for loved ones who have died there due to an accident or some other cause. The main practice of the Catholic family in Goa has been to pray the 5 decades of the Rosary, followed by the litany in praise of Our Lady. This litany of Our Lady was sung in Latin, and over time, new tunes were composed to avoid monotony and instead add some color. These later began to be sung on various occasions. For example, on the occasion of a baptism or a wedding, there has always been a family litany. The litany was and still is part of the social and religious life of Goa's Catholic community. I have gone a little further to try to classify the litanies. The way litanies have been analyzed in Goa depends a lot on the perspective and main interests of the people who have dedicated themselves to this subject. Susana Sardo, for example, based on the context in which they took place, explains that we can find 3 types of litanies in Goa: those that take place in the domestic context, those that take place in public spaces, and those that take place in the church. Father Mario Martins of the Society of Jesus uses another type of classification that refers to the character of the litany and not the context in which it is performed. He therefore proposes the following classification: deprecative or praying for deliverance from evil, laudatory, and mixed litanies. Eleutério Soares, for his part in an article published in Goa Today in 1977, characterizes the litany by its frequency, which is also related to the occasion, that is, the pretext for its performance. As I said before, it could be a wedding, a baptism, anniversary, or anything like that. We can also classify a litany by its duration. We have also already seen that a litany can take place during a novena or on a feast day. Some families had and still have the tradition of making a trezena, that is a 13-day litany. So the litany can be for 1 day, 9 days, or even 13 days. There is no fixed period for singing a litany, which can be short or long, depending on the traditions of each house, family, or ward. Since childhood, I remember attending litanies on several occasions at my paternal aunt's house. So I'm just going to describe a bit of it, and I hope I have enough time. Okay. I remember the house was big and so was the family. My paternal grandparents, who had already passed away, had 2 daughters, 5 sons, including my father. My aunts and uncles were also in the family, so the litany began with a family gathering. So the elderly would sit and the younger ones would kneel and stand. All my uncles and aunts had music in their blood, but there was never shortage of voices and harmony. My grandaunt used to start the rosary, which she prayed alone every day, but on this day, everyone participated in the rosary. After the rosary, my parents would lead the singing in 2 voices, and sometimes I joined with my violin. We began with the litany of Our Lady in Latin, followed by hymns such as Salve Rainha, Virgem Mãe de Deus in Portuguese. After that, depending on the occasion, other hymns such as Coração Santo, hymns to the Saint John and Saint Anthony, and other favorite saints of the house were sung in Portuguese. Hymns dedicated to Our Lady of Piety were also sung regularly. The litany ended with the sign of the cross. After the litany, the whole family gathered in the dining room for some food and drink. The food was homemade. The socializing that followed after the litany would be very interesting, and sometimes 3 generations would get together. We have seen how, in earlier discussions, how the Second Vatican Council ordered the vernaculization of the liturgy. This vernacularization also extended to non-liturgical practices such as litanies. This meant that in Goa, as well as singing litanies in Latin, they were also sung in Konkani. In this context, Susanna Sardo observes that though the litany has been adopted from the West, it nevertheless has Goan elements such as litanies in Konkani composed locally but based on Western music models. She also points out that in a family context, the litany has an element that may have originated from Hinduism, that is, a relationship with different divine entities expressed in evocations to the saints and defined by family rituals which are related to the nuclear home. Now, the most popular litanies sung in Konkani, in Goa in Konkani, and usually during the novenas and festivals, are those of Our Lady, Sacred Heart of Jesus, Saint Joseph, Saint Anne, the Holy Cross, and Saint Xavier. I won't take you to the part where we talk of the purpose of having litanies in Goa, but I have time? Okay. But still, I don't think there's enough time for me to finish all this. Okay. I will jump right to the point where we talk of the importance of music in the performance of the litany. Music is in the blood of the Goans, and this characteristic of the Goans is demonstrated in their rich folkloric and religious traditions. The Goans have a natural instinct for music and enjoy singing and even playing instruments. There are no feasts or any other events without music. And as been said, there is no better way to express oneself than through music. So when a Goan family gets together for an occasion, any occasion, the highlight is the musical performance. Anyone who knows to sings and joins in the chorus, and the party becomes more joyful. And this also happens during the litany. Everybody joins in the chorus of the litany, and the litany takes on the character of bringing the family and the community together as well. There are different tunes for each litany so that it doesn't become monotonous. Each day of the novena, the tune changes. Some are simple, others are complex, but in the end, everyone joins in the chorus, and sometimes the cacophony is incredible. The musician in charge of a litany needs to have good control to get everybody in tune. That takes special talent. The litany also has a folkloric element. That is, there are certain tunes that are sung during the litany that are so similar to folk tunes. Rodrigues describes the litany as a type of folk oratorio that everyone knew by heart, having been passed on through generations. It was an oral tradition, there being no notations or any manuals. This oratorio, according to him, was in 5 movements. Eleutério Soares underlines the importance of having a violinist at the litany. The violinist, he explains, may not possess the abilities of a virtuoso, but should be capable enough to understand all the formalities and adapt himself to a general, non-musical congregation. Nowadays, getting a violinist who can lead and accompany a litany is very difficult. Young people don't cultivate a great interest in religious activities, so it's rare to see young people actively participating in litany these days. The litany is presently accompanied by a violin when possible. Otherwise, there are litanies that are accompanied by a guitar, keyboard, sometimes even unconventional instruments like the harmonica. There may also be a possibility of an ensemble of instruments. Now, I carried out a brief survey using questionnaires with the aim of collecting and interpreting multiple realities in relation to private and community litanies. In addition, I had the opportunity to interview by audiovisual means some personalities of Goa who are active in the organization or performance of the litany. This was a free interview. It was free to answer in English or Portuguese without any restrictions. So, in a brief summary, the reasons for the existence of litanies in Goa and the changes that are seen can be seen in this particular things. Okay, so 1 minute. Okay, so I'm almost to the end. So here we have the changes that have taken place. Litanies in Latin now are sung in Konkani. Very few people noticing in Latin. There is also change in the different musical instruments that are used. The duration now has changed, even become shorter. Sometimes in order to fill up the gap, they read the word of the Lord. Okay, so there is also this kind of finding that I have made. I had the opportunity to get some information on the litany that gave me a new perspective on it. I found new terms such as So Disanch Ladin, Konkyachi Ladin, which make a connection between the tradition of the past and the current litany. I learned about the difficulties the litany has encountered over the years, and I know that in addition to the problems of migration, nuclear families, and division of families, there are other problems such as lack of religiosity among young people, the lack of time in families to devote to the rosary, and other religious practices such as the litany. I can therefore conclude that the litany is a practice that is changing with the changes in society and existing values. Families who live in ancestral houses, that is to vibrate with annual litanies, now find it difficult to organize a litany because of the lack of family members, musicians, and above all, pleasing everyone by setting a convenient day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franz Schubert Cotta. Now, the third paper of this second session is by Father Dr. Eufemio de Jesus Miranda. Father Dr. Eufemiano de Jesus Miranda has a classical formation from the Saligaon Rashol Seminary, having learnt Latin, Greek, Hebrew, French, Marathi, and Konkani. He was earlier at St. Xavier's College at Mapsa, Goa for 10 years as a lecturer teaching both Portuguese and English. In 1988, he was awarded a scholarship from the Gulbenkian Foundation, Lisbon, and in 1996 did his PhD on the topic 19th-20th Century Indo-Portuguese Literature, a study of major themes in the socio-historical background. The thesis was published under Assistance Scheme of Department of Art and Culture, Government of Goa. His other passion is music and literature. He founded Music Lovers Society to promote Goa Stuti Choral Ensemble and Stuti String Ensemble with a view to taking music to the village of Goa. Retired from the pastoral service, he lives in his ancestral house. He continues to serve in his parish. As mentioned here, he's a member of the Governing Council of the Museum of Christian Art, Goa. His paper is titled The Music of the Catholic Community of Goa, A View. This is being delivered in absentia by Dr. Frederick Norona.
Mr. Chairperson, fellow panelists, musicians and friends. The name of the paper that is before me is When the East and the West Met in Harmonious Melody in Goa. There are 3 sections to the paper. The first looks towards cosmopolitanism. The second is the urge for self-expression. And the last is what does the future hold in store. In between, Dr. Miranda also talks about the Dekni and the Fugdi in particular. So I'll begin. He starts with a quotation from a poem. In one of the stanzas of his own one and only known Portuguese poem entitled Na Minha Terra da Goa, Bakiba Borkar, the famous Konkani writer, offers us the following pen sketch. Na minha terra da Goa erguem-se as cruzes e as cupolas e são outras tajes banhados de luar e de lágrimas de fé. In my land of Goa, he translates it to read, in my land of Goa, there arises the crosses and the cupolas, and there are other tajes bathed in moonshine and in tears of faith. That is indeed the canvas on which the elements of the harmonious, symbiotic coexistence that Goa stands for is based. An enriching insight that we gain from looking even cursorily at the birth and evolution of world civilizations is that religion, quote, religion is the key to history, and it is impossible to fully understand a culture unless we understand its religious roots, as Christopher Dawson has said. Religion here is understood simply as the human's heart's longing for the beyond, the concrete manifestation of which in rituals and arts we have specific forms in each social group. The implantation of the Christian faith in Goa, starting from the first decade of the 16th century, marks the beginning of a cultural process. Centuries later, scholars would call it a cultural symbiosis that would be known variously as Indo-Portuguese, Luso-Oriental, Indo-European, Euro-Indian. This process in the course of time influenced the whole way of life, the mores of a considerable size of the population of Goa. The Goan, initially the Christian and later the Hindu, in greater or lesser measure, was able to naturalize what initially was perceived as foreign and then to shape and recreate in his own image and likeness all that had been thrust upon them through an osmosis, mutually beneficial fusion from which a visibly patent symbiosis emerged. This process had its sway on almost all areas of the manner of being: Konkani language, architecture, manner of dressing, music, dancing, representative and decorative arts, and cuisine. Here, Bakiba Borkar's testimony in his long essay entitled The Goan Personality would come very much to mind. Quote, Goan culture adopted some fine modes of Western living and grafted on its ethos and aesthetics the good sense and good taste peculiar to Latin culture brought by the Portuguese. The motivating spirit of Goan culture has always been the quest and contemplation of the beautiful, and because of it, every activity of the Goan in form and expression has attained harmony and grace. The basic urge of his life has led him to rise beyond himself and, when fallen, has saved him from perdition. Our long association with the Portuguese undoubtedly gave it a finer edge. End of quote from Bakiba Borkar. The next session deals with towards cosmopolitanism. When the missionaries first began their mission of proclaiming the gospel, they found a scenario of people gathering together for social-religious rituals on the occasion of their marriages, festivals, celebrations of the month of Paush and Shravan. What we have today, namely the pageants of Ros, Molni, Luvni, Dalo, Shigmo, the first train, and other folk gaiety, are but a glimpse of the practices of yore. The musical form of expression was the Ovi. Believed to be the earliest surviving form of folk music, it comes down to us from the time before the West influenced our culture. It is essentially a short verse, easy to compose, easy to utter, easy to remember. The melody, like the Gregorian chant, is monophonic. That is, it is sung in unison by all the singers. Has a free rhythm. It is not measured. It is not in measured outlines, and without accompaniments or instruments. The missionaries reached out to their parishioners through the Christian ovis, and thus we have the ancient one, Poili Santa Kursachi Kuru Kristavachi Mulu, the first basic catechism prayer. Further, the first generation of the newly converted Hindus, accustomed as they were to the recitation or singing of Puranas in Marathi or Konkani, received from their priest gurus a wealth of religious literature. The Krishna Purana in two parts, that is Adi Purana, the Old Testament, and Deva Purana, the New Testament, of Father Thomas Stevens, being the best known, as well as the Passion narrative Riglo Jesu Molyan II of Joachim de Miranda, died 1783, of Santana the Talauli. On the occasion of Ros, the day preceding the nuptial, we can still hear presently the Noman Ovi. In the 20th century, creative musicians such as Victor Paranjoti from Mumbai and Ludin Barreto, a Goan musicologist educated in the Western model, undoubtedly attracted by the mystical appeal of such simple pieces, tried to arrange them for choral performances. Next section is the urge for self-expression. As years passed by and as the musical formation spreads, the Christian community begins to show a greater maturity. Amidst the magnificent Baroque-style churches edificed all over the territory, impressive liturgical services of the Latin rite were held in every parish church. The faithful with a natural penchant for music, now educated musically in the schools, participated in such services. They were made to feel being part of an institution in which they experienced appreciation and conviviality through faith and music. As a result, a number of masses, vespers, salves, antiphons composed by Goan choir masters, Mestre de Capellas, and others, performed by the parish choirs, became part of the musical lore of this community. Most of such compositions are lost. An example of the quality of such pieces could be gauged from some retrieved here and there. He's given some examples. It is the antiphon Alma Redemptoris Mater and the like, a number of Regina Coeli, with characteristics of the Western Baroque period for two voices and violins. The other is the Lenten motet Ashele Mojaic Swamya, arranged for three voices by Father Ludin Barreto. This motet appears to be an original Konkani motet, even though a Portuguese version was in circulation, which the fusion of the East and West is felt patently. A more characteristically Goan music, an expression of the symbiotic East-West encounter would appear towards the second half of the 1800s. A number of hymns written in unalloyed Konkani poetic lines, Praman Konkani and Porni Sashti dialect, as scholar Antonio Costa calls it, was set to a melody, not a rag-based, nor entirely Western, but uniquely Goan. Most of them, hymns in honor of Mary, Mother of Jesus, and Saint Anne, usually written in 2/4 or 4/4 tempo, moderato or lento movements, are built on syncopations and embellished by, given in an Eastern Indian flavor. The melody lends itself to Indian percussion cymbals or kansali, and drums, the tabla, which is susceptible to Western harmonizations. For example, the hymn Tu Dipti Vonti Sulakini may be sung to the beat of the kansali in the first beat of every bar and then to the tabla sounds. Harmonized, it is the perfect Indian prayer song. This is something unique that Goan musicians, themselves socially symbiotic, created towards the end of the 1800s. A few titles at random. Adarache Mae Sorgichi, Papayachi Sheratini, Jezachi Tali, Santan Amchi Mai, Santan Tuzo Uttom Zomlu, Aji Sontos Ulasu. During the 19th century, music creation and performance of the Christian community was principally, if not exclusively, at the service of the church. Towards the end of the century, secular music in the shape of entertainment begins to appear. There existed secular popular forms of entertainment such as Dalo and Fugdi. Hindus and Christians had their Zagor, Shigmo, Intrud. However, the upper classes looked down upon such music as popular vaudeville people's expressions. The literate classes, principally from Salset, greatly influenced by the Western music education, which is piano learning, dance to the tune of the waltz, lancera, polka, etc., tried to affirm their superiority. Thus, the Mando was born. The musical form on everyone's tongue and lips was the Dulpod, the simple, tuneful melody with a lively rhythm, letting one to sway in gay abandon. The popular Hindu folk song, impacted by the Western music, learnt in the school, is at the origin of the Christian Dulpod. The word appears to have derived from the Sanskrit Druttapada, which means fast song, which eventually turns into Drupad and Durpad and Dulpod. Dulpods became the song of the masses. With the regular Christian music training, the local Christians sang simple Western harmony in two voices, namely the first voice, principal melody, primero in Portuguese, and a parallel music sequence sung on the third note, usually below the melody, called the second voice, segundo. To this, a tenor alto would sing a continuous note, usually the sixth or a basso profundo, an octave below, matching the harmony chord of the melody line. The creation of the Dulpod marks a change in the color and character of the original Hindu folk song, with a melody in 6/8 tempo in typical Sasti Konkani, in syncopations, marked on the gumot, exuding its joyful style as a product of the fusion of two cultures, two languages, two ethnically different people. In the course of several centuries of history, Goa was the theatre where various languages interacted. Of them, Konkani was and still is the language of interiority, the vehicle with which the most intimate movements of the mind and the soul are expressed. In the mid-19th century, as the tradition of the parish school education became well-rooted at a considerable social cultural level of the Catholics of Goans, the learning of music leading to a performance was a mark of that level and an added value. Many Catholics who had learned to play instruments such as the violin, cello, double bass, clarinet, trumpet, saxophone, etc., took music as a profession. Job opportunities in India as well as Africa, the Persian Gulf, aboard ships were available. This brought in a certain economic prosperity. A number of those who lived in Goa took to a Western style of living. Western music, classical and semi-classical, Portuguese fado, Italian, particularly Neapolitan songs, entered a number of families that could afford a class entertainment. The bright and lively dulpod rhythm was too far ingrained in the Goan psyche. Surely after some experiments with the tempo, compasso in Portuguese, creative musicians slowed down completely the dulpod tempo, thereby returning the offbeat accents on the second beat and a stronger accent on the fifth beat of the measure. Thus the Mando, the uniquely Goan Christian art song, was born. In the Mando, the structural pattern remains Indian. Note its asyakaturas. I'll need help. Okay, and syncopations. In spite of its exposure to Western plain songs and harmony. Although it is sung to the accompaniments of a Western instrument like the piano or the violin, the gumot, a local percussion instrument typical of Goa, is a must. It is used to set the right beat, which moves faster and faster to a crescendo in the Mando Dulpod performance. A product of the landed aristocracy and gentry, the Mando was made into a dance when Goans were exposed to the Western style and influenced by the French contradance, the European quadrille, polka, valse, and minuet. The costume of the gents was the formal black tie and tailcoat, and for the ladies, the unusual and peculiar costume of the torap bazu, modeled on Malaysian or Burmese sarong type dress with a fan held elegantly in hand. Dekni. Along with the Mando, another fascinating form of Goan music created by the Catholic community in Goa in the 19th century was the Dekni. Musicologists Michael Martins and Jose Pereira describe it as a Christian dance song mainly based on Hindu life. The Christian community, having lived over 2 centuries culturally apart from their fellow Hindu brethren, were now under the spell of a cultural nostalgia for the life of those who had been ethno-social co-heirs till the 16th century. Now trained in the Western style of music, they started recreating sounds, melodies similar or close to those heard during pujas, to the rhythm of the kansali, that is cymbals, and the tabla, which is drums. The whole dramatic setup of the Dekni is one of genuinely Hindu music. Dekni, etymologically something fascinating to see from dek, to see, question mark, or as someone suggested, Dekni, devil of a female in Sanskrit. The visual effect of an Indian dancer voluptuously swinging in gestures and gyrations from head to toes with anklets, bracelets, nose rings, in one word, the Hindu temple scene, or of milkmaids coming down from the ghats dancing like their peers to Krishna's flute melodies. The melodic structure can be harmonized on the lines of Western harmony, as Victor Paranjoti did in his Konkan Pastores. Father Ludin Barreto in his masterpiece Sat Hozarachi Bens, or Michael Martins in his attractive Altodi Ganga Poltodi Yamuna. Carlos Eugenio Ferreira, 1860 to 1926, author of Baladas da Concão, who captured well the spirit and the rhythms of the Dekni, is credited for having created the Dekni How Saiba Poltodi Vueta, published for the first time at Paris in 1859 and in Goa in 1925. The Dekni music is the best fusion music ever created by Goan musicians in Goa, a song which makes every Goan Christian feel thrilled to hear as he or she relives subconsciously a brief moment of the lost Hindu roots. Orlando D'Souza has said this. The Fugdi, the tribal community preserved through centuries a typical attractive form of music, song cum dance called the Fugdi. Melody marked by syncopations and a rhythm of ring giving the sensation of vibration to the Spanish jota zapateado makes the Fugdi almost a Goan identity signature music. And finally, what does the future hold in store? The language, music, dance, heritage, art and dress style, the flora and fauna are some of the basic lines that portray and define a cultural community, whether it is large in a populous country like India, or a smaller portion of it like Goa. Of these, language and music appear to be the vis viva, the living force, the kinetic energy that gives character to a particular group. The Goa of today is a result of the actions, interactions, and various cultures, the Portuguese being the latest foreign one on its soul. The Portuguese have left their impress on the attitudes and the lifestyles. Dr. Miranda quotes Saryu Doshi as saying, one of the characteristics of it is fusion, the symbiosis of the East and West. The credit goes to the creative impulse of the Goan Christian community that within the socio-religious facilities as were available at different times, the language music features in Goa in different forms of Ovi, Dulpod, Mandor, Dekni, Fugdi, and even the popular Kantara acquired their own charm and exercise till today a fascination on those who come into contact with it. Last 3 lines. So long as the people of Goa can connect with and find an emotional appeal in this heritage, such forms shall have to be performed, lived, sung, danced, so that the cultural community of Goa may not lose its collective memory. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, I'm very happy to be the chairperson for this session because 2 of the paper presenters are very well known to me, and we worked in many projects together, Father Euphemian Miranda and Luis Dias, and I think they are both crazy people as far as music is concerned. They have a madness and they have a focus and endurance which I admire. It is not an easy thing to do. And the third person also I have a connection because we share the same name. And many times I took credit for his work because people used to phone me and congratulate me. Yeah, you have a new release of a cassette or something. And I used to say, when did I release a cassette? So we have a connection for that. So let me come to the ingest what I have noted down. I hope I have a little time. Now, Dr. Luis Dias, you said that we had the longest colonial influence. What does it mean? It means as a collective year, all Goans, as a collective year, we were the first collective year in whole of Asia to hear music in harmony or polyphony. It's a big feat. If you realize this, this is the most important thing. Imagine 14th, 15th century when people sang, you sang in 2 voices to the natives who were entrenched in their music. They would easily sing one of the voices. And when you ask them, what about the other voice? He said, which voice? They don't hear it. Because they are not trained. Thousands of years, they could sing. And that's why most probably St. Francis and other missionaries, they use music, a single line melody, as a potent communication to the children. If you sang a verse, they could repeat it. They didn't have to read it. They didn't have to. Because they learn all their music by ear. Means from the Guru Shiksha Parampara as you have. So that is something very, very important for us to realize. Now, the other point about Canarios, you said, there are beautiful compositions. I don't know whether it's the same, Canarios by Gaspar Sanz. Yeah? And he's a Renaissance composer. Beautiful. I don't know if that has some connections. Yeah. Yeah, so I have to find out more about it, but see, now what we lack is, we have heard so much thing about what Luis Diaz has said, and I agree to most of it, but what we lack is documentation. We don't have documentation. We don't know. I take great pride that I played with Johnson. He used to write notes and play, but there is no documentation of Johnson. He's such a big and a humble person, you know, such a big musician. No one talks about him. Not even a photo, I don't know about that. I have some photo. Yeah, yeah. You could recite and he would take down his dictation and then he would harmonize. And he is the only person who I know in Goa who could properly arrange songs or melodies. You know, he knew arrangements, he knew how to use the instruments. And this documentation, we need to do it. And conferences like this is good to bring awareness. We must also realize that it doesn't take a long time for us to lose a whole set of skills. Like we lost brass bands in one generation. When I was young, in my village, there were 3-4 brass bands roaming around, wanting for occasions to play. You know, each ward sometimes, Pedro had one, Mistri had one, and Sankistão had, you know, in Convener, as you say, they had all brass bands. And it didn't take us time that the brass bands are now almost extinct. But we are some people are trying to revive. Rui Lobo is doing a good job there. So before long, we will lose whatever we have if we don't pay attention and invest where we need to invest. Now, Anthony Gonsalves and Lourdes Barreto. Now, his compositions, I went to Anthony Gonsalves many times. He would give me good talks. He would say, "Come, Jechayo." And you know, but he would not part with his compositions. And he showed me the manuscript and the books. And his daughter said, "Don't worry, I will photocopy it and bring it." I said, "I don't want it like that. I want him to give it." But now that he's no more, I wonder what has happened. It should be archived with some institution or something so that it's available for everybody. Even Father Lourdes Barreto, I don't know where his... I went all the way to Kanakona to get, and reaching there, they told me his brother has, who is in Margao. So it should be made available, like for everybody, because the more you use, more we honor those people. It's not a secret. It's not anybody's private. These are the observations. Now coming to the litany. It's very interesting. We have 3 panelists here who have 3 professions. One is a doctor, one is a lawyer, and one is a priest. Not you. So when they told me that, when I read, you know, when I got the message that something on litany, I said, this must be Father Euphemia and Miranda. But it was not. And that is the beauty of the whole thing, you know. He's a priest, but you have a lawyer who ex-lawyer, what? A lawyer is lawyer forever. Like a priest is a priest forever. So I was intrigued. I said, very well, you know, that's something which is nice. Because these 3 professions in our society ruled the roost. They decided where our intellectually where we went. The priest in the first place, then maybe the lawyers and the doctors, and others followed. So it's nice to have these 3 panelists who cover most of the thing. Yeah, and also one more observation I made is that there were 3 Schuberts in this hall. Siddharth. Yeah. No, 3/4. Yeah. No, 2 Schuberts. So, and I hear many Schuberts in Goa, but never Beethoven's or Bach or something like that. But fewer. Okay, now coming to the litany part of it. Now, litany, see, all of us have experienced litanies. We have either, all through my childhood, half of the litanies we were fast asleep and just woken up to have the feast which followed. Now, the litanies, I think they have 2 parts. One is a recitative, that is, you recite a litany. It's still a litany. You don't have to sing it. And one is a sung one. I think you paid more to the sung one. So, but a recited litany is also a litany. So, we, analyzing the text, they have 2. One is the evocation of the saints, and the other is a response. And I know in Konkani, they had these tunes from the Latin order. And then in Konkani, when you translated all the saints' name and all, you had to fit that in that tune, because the tune doesn't change. So we had to, and that was an art where these litany singers were experts. You know, they had to, whatever, so you had to fit in that 4 phrase, because the Nanak phrase, that after phrase comes as a response. That was the same thing. So we could also analyze the musical aspect of it, you know, syntax of it, and literal syntax also. That would help. If you can document that, that would be very good. Because the response remains the same. Yeah? And what is it? Yeah. So also to analyze what modes whether we use the Greek mode, since it came from the Greeks to the Romans and to the Catholicism and then to the Portuguese. Actually, this is an heritage of the Roman Church, not of the Portuguese, because everywhere where the Catholics were there, they sang the litany throughout. So that is another observation what I have to make. And see, like the Portuguese, whatever we got from the Portuguese during that time, there was no separation of a state and religion at the beginning. So sometimes we confuse what came from the Portuguese and what came from Italians, the Roman Catholic Church. So it is this heritage is from the Catholic Church, basically, because it is sung in France and all the heavily Catholic countries. This litany is sung. Now, because you spoke about the instruments used in okay, the instrument used in litany. The violinist had a very, very important function, is to keep everybody in tune. I mean, the violinist did the work of a drone, which the Indians perhaps had in the beginning. And the art of violin playing for the litany is that he has to play, when they start a response, he has to play a little ahead of the congregation. So they catch the tone and they sing in tune. And you will always find the old mysteries to do that, because they knew that they had to come in tune. So if there was a response, they would play it a fraction of a bar ahead and then repeat the starting. And that was a very important function of the violinist, to keep everybody in tune. So that is what? Yeah. Okay, Father. Just one small thing I have about Father Euphemian's thing. I want to finish it. Yeah. See, Father Euphemian, self-expression. Yeah, this need for, I think Father Ephemian spoke about this need for self-expression. That is very, very important. We are here because we all need to express ourselves. And what the best way to express ourselves is through music, because deep down we are all vibrations. If you take us to the smallest level, we are all vibrations. We are all primordial vibrations. And that's why anything which vibrates and makes sound appeals to us. I think I have some points, but I will keep it. I will ask questions. You all can ask the questions to... Yeah. So now we are open to Q&A.
Okay, I'm Nalini Elvin Souza, and I have a question for Schubert, Franz Schubert. So, Franz, the title here is the Litany in Goa, a practice in transformation, right? So I felt that you wanted to explain how litany has transformed itself even in the present. But from your talk, I felt that litany is dying, so much so that you have to get a proper timing for people to come together and sing the litany. Is that so?
I really didn't, I hope I didn't send the wrong message. It's not dying, it's transforming. In the sense that, okay, you need to make time for it, special time for it. It's not easy to, with this, with our Goan Susegad life being put in the past, it's not easy anymore to satisfy everybody and bring everyone on board. So it becomes a difficult task for the person. I'm not talking in a community sense, I'm talking of a family sense, in the family context. Because if you're having a family event, today one will say, I'm not available, the other one will say, well, it's a community event, whoever is there on board remains on board. In a fragmented kind of families that we are right now, rather than in the earlier times we had nuclear families. So it is difficult, I would say, to bring. That's why I'm saying my whole the whole actually thing was centered around the family context. My whole thing was what will happen if the house itself has crumbled and gone away. How are we going to maintain this family context type of litany? So that is in a way dying. Not the community litany or the ones happening in churches, but the ones happening at the family altars, in front of the family altars, and exclusively, mainly exclusively to the members of the family. That one is dying. That one is really dying, according to the survey that I've done.
There are certain villages which
One second.
There are certain villages that celebrate transformed forms of litanies. For example, in Kansauli, you have some families celebrating what is called Soranchi Ladain.
Okay.
You see, those are new forms which would add a sense of community celebrations and thanksgiving. It's basically an invocation and a thanksgiving, right? Litany. And these have evolved from experiences within that community. For example, you can check this out. There's this family of Matani Saldana. They celebrate, you can contact Alina and ask her, they celebrate Soranchi Ladain. And there's a story to it. And like this, there are very different transformations. I think if you look at ethnomusicology, these would kind of lend a different, community element to the practice of core Christianity.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. Thank you for that information. It's the first time actually I've come across that.
Since you're talking about transformation, earlier it was only men who used to attend the Ladinias, especially those, the community ones at a cross. and the ward and all that. Now the ladies attend, and now the ladies manage the Ladani. Earlier they needed a man to come, to accompany. Of course, the violinist, if there is a violinist or no violinist. So the ladies have taken over. This is also a transformation. One question that I wanted to ask about the brass band, or what I said, Maranche band, during the novenas, the main feast now for the novena of Our Lady of Immaculate Conception in Panjim, or the second feast that we had of Jesus. So we had for the 9 days, we had the Mar. So, okay. So they used to have the trumpet and the tambor.
Yeah.
And they also used to light the fogs. Now we don't see that. That has stopped completely. Now, that was something different from the brass band. Do you all agree with me? Yeah. Agree? Okay, a question was put on Facebook by Ivu Rosh, I think. So I answered this on the Facebook. So he writes to me that she must be, I mean, I didn't want it. So in my thesis that I made the mention to that she must be born after 40s, 1940s. So only knowledge remained with those before 40s and all that. And who also intervened in the discussion was Susanna Sard. I said, I know she's a professor and ethnologist, a musicologist, and writes to her. So I was quite annoyed because he left Goa and he doesn't know what was happening here. So you don't be there in Lisbon and tell us what is happening in Goa.
It's like preaching to the choir.
Yeah. So the band was there, and so many of us, I remember we used to have, before the novena mass in the morning, they used to light the fogs and play the trumpet. Again, in the evening.
Yeah, that was Alvarado.
Yeah, so, and he just writes, I was really annoyed, but I didn't answer because there was not worth answering to him. Deu parente?
Meu parente?
Não.
My question is for Franz Schubert. Not question, just an observation maybe. And also to Schubert. Schubert, because he made reference, I mean, you remembered our great musician Johnson. And you remember, I also joined Pilar in 78. And for that first Padagnel Ondot going, so he was very much there. Only I want to just say that his son also was a very good musician. Yeah, unfortunately he died. So you have requested maybe TSKK that such, his music can be preserved. Maybe, it is possible if we contact them. And yes. Yes, yeah, of Thomasin Cardozo's, all those mandos, he set it to me.
Beautiful music, and All India Radio also.
Yes. So maybe, since you referred to that. Regarding Ladain, I think Ladain is very much vibrant in Goa till now. Though it will be interesting to see the kind of tunes, or melodies that were, added by, simple folk in the villages. But Father Linu Desa has done a wonderful work of compiling. Father Linu Desa, he has done a very good work, has compiled as many Ladain melodies as possible. And maybe we can still go ahead and add to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. I agree with you that Ladanians are still vibrant. Although, yes, I have mentioned about these few changes that are there. And I also reiterate that I am not focused on the community Ladanians as much as my concern with the family litanies. My concern is that how can we try and preserve and, hold on to that last breath of that family litany. Because it not only kept tradition alive, but it also brought together the family, at least once a year.
Lewis, my question is for you. I appreciated this inquiry you're making about the pedagogical nature of Vatican II, especially if it comes about in 62 to 65, and Goa becomes part of the Indian Union in 61. It is quite the question to ask about what happens to music education at this time. And I wonder if the return to the vernacular in Catholic instruction at the time is also echoed by what Taylor Sherman, a scholar of Nehruvian politics, calls a desire of the new post-colonial government to create an education system that was anti-Western. So when Goa becomes part of the Indian Union, there's this double whammy of Vatican II as well as Nehruvian policy. So that might be something to consider.
Yeah.
And I'll ask my other two questions really quickly. Franz, your ethnological research, especially into familial history or oral traditions, is particularly interesting because it also invites, as Maria Brava points out, a need to look at the gendered relations in a patriarchal household, particularly when the devotion is to a female figure of Our Lady, right? So what tensions are being explored there? That might be an avenue to sort of go down further. And Frederick, I've learned today that you're a priest. This is news to me. I know it's not your paper, but I wondered, if we might push back a little bit on this notion that the Dekni is a desire to regain a lost mythical past, particularly when you look at this song, Ao Saiba Pottori Veta, which is about Kalavants, but is not from the Kalavantine community itself. Right? And so it's not really a reclamation of a lost mythical Hindu past. It begs the question really of whether Goa was entirely Hindu to begin with, particularly when that term doesn't emerge till the 18th century. It's an Orientalist term. Is it really a desire then to reclaim a Brahmanical past?
Yeah, to answer your first question, I think that I'm no priest, unlike Frederick, but Father Hedrick. So what I'm trying to say is, I do think that post-Vatican Council II, because of this whole emphasis on the vernacular, perhaps, again I say perhaps, the Catholic Church, or the Church in general, the Catholic Church definitely in India, wanted to prove its Indianness even more so in Goa, and lots of Indian customs began to creep into the liturgy. And definitely I have this issue with the way some Portuguese words in our Konkani have been expunged, even in the liturgy, and we use some neologisms. Anyway, I don't want to get into words that confused me when I was a child. One of them was Bolidan. I did not know what Bolidan meant. I thought if they had said sacrifice, I would have understood. But things like that. So I think that to some extent music also suffered as a subconscious or a byproduct of that wanting to be more Indian. So that is my response to your question.
Of course, I'm not authorized to be a priest. I'm not authorized to answer this question also. But let me come in at my own personal level, because some things you all said kind of provoked me. This debate about Vatican II being the cause of the collapse of the church schools, I'm not sure how right that is, because my understanding it was that the grants that the government gave suddenly after liberation took the bottom out of the church schools, because it actually encouraged a whole lot of religious orders to come in, set up schools which were more competitive. No? So 64, 65, 66, you find the grants coming in, and that's when the church-related schools collapsed. They had to form societies. There was a huge rush to form societies. This chartered accountant Daivarnia talks about his role in forming some societies and helping people, because no one in Goa knew how to form a society then. So I don't know. We have to be careful about that. Secondly, as far as the rush back to the past goes, again, I'm not responding on the behalf of Father Miranda. I don't know his thinking. But in his book, his thesis on Goan writing in Portuguese, he comes across the same trend where in the 1920s, there's this huge Catholic romanticization of the Hindu dancing girl in particular, the bailadera as they call them. And it is almost like a kind of Orientalist view of another section of Goan society. So when Chaifali Vaidya and all interpret Ao Saiba Pottori Vaita, I wonder how right it is and where the debate is taking us. But it's very complex. That's all I understand.
Was it a question or an observation?
Yeah.
I think it was an observation. Yeah, it was.
Excuse me.
It was a question. Okay. So could you repeat the question? Yeah, it has to be looked into. You're right.
Yeah, it's my question to Franz Schubert. You have spoken about Ladain, lot of things on Ladain. But basically what you found about this thing, I think so it is not true. The basic problem had started with the church itself. The church itself has stopped the Portuguese or Latin Ladains, or even they have started saying Konkani Ladains, which was subsequently stopped by the church. And many of the churches, in South Goa especially, they are just saying, you say a litany, no litany is there. You have to say a prayer from this thing, Bible. And that's it. And you have to say a rosary. And they have discarded completely, because Father Ferrão is there. He can talk with bishop also, because they have basically stopped it. Ladains, they have stopped, and because of that, we are coming down. And see, it is not. See, the basic, this thing is what? Is the music which has to come from our heart. Now, music was taught not by what you all are saying, like notes and all. People in the village see the music at what you sing. Now, Ladains in the Saibin, regarding the Our Lady, she's saying, that was the only thing people knew at that time. And that was the music which created some sense in the hearts and minds of the people. And that is what I got from Professor Michael Martins. That's what I'm saying. Whatever we are saying, we are just hopping on some other things. And we have to bring back whatever we have lost. Now, Second Vatican Council, you are saying, I don't think so they have banned anything regarding music and all.
No, they have not banned anything.
Or Indianization also, not much is there. In other aspects might be, but regarding music, hardly anything is there. You can go through it and check.
No, I've not spoken about the...
you have not spoken.
Yeah,
but I am just suggesting it to you.
I've just spoken on the vernacularization of the litany, basically about the Second Vatican Council.
No, if you can do something regarding these Ladains in the villages through your contacts with priests and all, it will be a big thing.
So it is considered a non-liturgical practice, first of all. Let's put it at that first. It's a non-liturgical practice. Parallel liturgy. Okay, yeah. So with that practice, I think it's more of it's an oral tradition that has been passed from for ages now. So I don't see reason why it should be stopped. First of all, I've also spoken about, apart from its religious importance, it also has a social importance. It brings communities together. It's not just restricted to the ward. Sometimes it's outside the ward. So, it binds community together. So I think it has to be reserved in some way or the other, even if it means in the near future or later on taking a delegation to the palace. Yeah, but it needs to be, it's our cultural heritage. And it's also musical heritage, okay. I don't know what Father has to say about it, but...
I am all supportive for it, because see, it is not directed by priest. Priest is absent.
Exactly.
Leadership is of the lay people.
Yeah.
So it is important in that sense. Besides, you see, this was what he is talking about, the visitations of Our Lady. That is the time more is, there's a booklet from where we pray. And earlier it was just litany and that's all. So this time we have made it more meaningful, explaining and everything. So that's how that is stopped. But all litanies are there. Some people earlier used to, for weddings, people used to have litanies at home. Now these people have stopped. During wedding, people used to kneel down and have litanies. I as a child have gone to houses. So many other practices are slowly dying because, as you say, people may have better options or other things. So that is the thing. Litanies in front of the cross are still there. In homes, there are still there. In my house, we have always one, 20th May, litany for my, because that day my father and mother got married. So that is their day, so they do. Mother is still there, so she does it. So that is how we have some people, some reason for having, it is not for one reason that we have litany.
We have litanies for different reasons. That's what Father is saying. What you want to say, the family traditional Ladain is in decline. Yes. That's what you want to say. Yes. Yeah, but other Ladain, I think, become more and more. Now some people, my neighbors, for anything, they have a Ladain. So they come to, that is also there.
Okay.
Come to Bambuli Cross, you have so many Ladains.
In fact, I had to curtail my presentation because of lack of time, but it had all this.
Okay, now I think we have exceeded our time. Father is already getting a little nervous. So it was very, very interesting, and I thank everybody for the questions and for the panelists. Thank you.
So this brings us to the end of the second session of the day. Kindly wait. Please don't run away. So we shall quickly give a memento to everyone on the dais. I would like to request Dr. Maria Luz Bravo da Costa to present a memento to Schubert Cotter. Francis Coelho to present a memento to Dr. Luis Dais. Mr. Pravin Subnis to present a memento to Franz Schubert Cotter. And Mr. Lucien Freitas to present a memento to Dr. Frederick Noronha. We shall now have a quick photo click with everyone here on the dais along with the memento, and time to head in also for a tea break. And we start off our next session at 5 minutes past 4. Okay, so 4:05. Let's get back here quickly. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I'm starting. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. I have it here. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. Wait, Father. Rocky.
For the paper presentation, you do my other introduction, full introduction, okay?
So once again, welcome back after a nice tea break. It's time for our third and final session of the evening. The chairperson is Reverend Father Dr. Anthony da Silva of the Society of Jesuits. The paper presenters are Mrs. Nalini Elvino de Souza, Father Roman Rodrigues, and Father Kelwin Monteiro. I would like to request the chair as well as the paper presenters to come on to the dais. We have a nice, vibrant group of youngsters, music lovers, and dance lovers too from the Encore Dance Academy of Performing Arts who are present here right since morning. I would like to request Anup to kindly come forward to present a bouquet of flowers to the chair, that is Father Anthony da Silva. Aniket will present a bouquet of flowers to Mrs. Nalini Elvino D'Souza. Aditya will present a bouquet of flowers to Father Roman Rodrigues. And Saili will present a bouquet of flowers to Father Kelwin Monteiro. I would like to introduce a chair to the audience, and Father Anthony Da Silva is presently the director of the Xavier Center of Historical Research. He has a PhD in the field of social and personality psychology from the University of Michigan, USA. He taught for many years at Gyandeep, the Pontifical Athenaeum in Pune. He contributes academic articles to journals and edited volumes in India and abroad. Presently, his research interests are focused on Jesuit history, spirituality, and culture from a multidisciplinary perspective. He has edited the volume, The Jesuit in South Asia, released in 2021, and more recently, The Jesuits, Goa and the Arts, that was released in 2023. Our first paper presenter for this third session is Mrs. Nalini Elvino D'Souza. Nalini Elvino D'Souza delves wholeheartedly into projects concerning education and media. She has been directing, anchoring, and producing series for the Portuguese International and National TV channel under the banner of Lotus Film and TV Production. She is a manager and Portuguese teacher at the NGO Communicare Trust and recently completed her master's in ethnomusicology at Aveiro University. Mrs. Nalini Elvino D'Souza will now present Voices of Change, Kantara's Evolution as a Tool for Social Impact.
Thank you, Velma. I hope this is okay. So I'm so sorry I changed the the title, Voices of Change, Kantara's Evolution as a Tool for Social Impact. So, as Velma well said, I just finished my master's in Aveiro University, same university where Father Kelwin is studying, and under the same professor as well, Susanna Sard. And my master's was based on the shellac records, which are archived in All India Radio. So most of what I'm presenting here will be based on that research. For those who don't know, so shellac disc was the first music support that existed. It came in the beginning of the 20th century. After shellac came the vinyl discs, and then the CDs, and then the cassettes, and today's here in the cloud, right? Spotify and everything else. So I will start first to, two things are very important about the Kantara, which I'm going to discuss, which is not a dying form at all. It's quite thriving. And that is, I think there are two reasons here. There was the social change that accompanied the Kantara was accompanied also by technology and migration. And today, why the Kantara is thriving is because of technology. But we will see. We'll go slowly. And, well, I'm also well accompanied here by 3 priests, so nothing can go wrong. It will be a smooth ride. Migration, which I told you is one of the reasons why the Kantara exists. So in the 16th century, as you know, there were forced conversions, and at that time many Goans migrated to what we know today as the New Conquests. There's another type of migration which was forced during the freedom movement, where Goans were then exiled in Portugal or in Angola or in Mozambique. But the migration that I'm going to talk about is not this forced migration. It's about migration to Bombay, which Dr. Louis Dias today spoke here. And they have done it to, the Goan economy in the 19th century was kind of stagnated. There was no jobs. In terms of education also, it was not good. So many Goans migrated to Bombay. Now in Bombay, this Goans who migrated there were two kind of Goans who migrated. There was those who could not afford housing, and they used to stay in what we call the koods, or Goan clubs. Each village had their own kood, right? There was the Siulding kood, the Aldona kood. So they used to stay there, and they would support their villages. And there were those who did have money to have a house, and they kind of shared the same space as the native Catholics, which already used to live in Bombay, okay, which later on became what we call the East Indians. Now, music in Bombay. Today we spoke here about L.M. Furtado, which was one of the first shops who used to sell pianos and violins, etc. in Bombay, in Dobitalau. Just opposite to L.M. Furtado's was Cruz Noronha's music classes. So they used to give music classes just opposite Jermahal, where the L.M. Furtado is. So most of these musicians used to live in the koods. So we had Cruz Noronha, and this school existed till last year. So there were three sons of Cruz Noronha, Richard and two more brothers. These two brothers who knew music died, and the shop just closed. I mean, just like last year, the music school. Then there are other musicians like Brás Gonçalves here, who's now 90, and he in many interviews I have done with him, because I'm doing a documentary about him, he says how amazing it was when he went to Bombay and he started, playing in restaurants and in hotels, and it was a kind of completely different life, because in Goa it was only in the church. That is where he used to play. And like we also today spoke about the parochial schools, he studied in a parochial school in Neura. And then another example I want to give here is of João Agostinho. This is one pamphlet that I found in his personal archives, which are in Theatre Academy of Goa, which is very interesting. I don't know if it is possible to read, but he was one of the first Goans who recorded in shellac discs in HMV in 1908. But we don't have that record, unfortunately. Now, the fact that this Goan Catholic community kind of dissociated from the East Indians is very important, and is going to have a repercussion in their lifestyle and their performance practices. And why? And this is the first big change when they migrate. From participatory theatrical performance, we go to presentational performance. So there were Kales and there were Zagors also in Bombay. In the book of Dr. Rafael Fernandes, When the Curtains Rise, he speaks about how the Kale, they used to go from one kood to another and then join all the musicians. There also used to be Zagors. And then João Agostinho and Lucas Ribeiro, what they taught, and this is written in a letter in a newspaper called Ave Maria, is that Zagor sometimes was like, jokes were like of bad taste according to him, and they decided to come up with a new kind of theater, and scripted, because we have to think that Kale and Zagor were improvised. The music was improvised, everything was improvised. But now this first, what we call a theatre today, was scripted. But it was a script that already existed from an Italian opera called Italian Boy. And in Konkani it became the Italian Burgo. And then in 1895, the first original script by João Agostinho came into play. It was called Belle of Cavell. And Belle of Cavell was about the Goans who lived in Cavell, which is in the south of Goa, and how their life changed after migrating to Bombay. Now, why I put these arrows is because if it was not for care, if it was not for Zagor, if it was not for the musicians which live in the schools, we wouldn't have the theatre and we wouldn't have the cantara. This João Agostinho also talks that when they wanted musicians and then they wanted to have actors, where they went to pick up their raw material, it was in the courts. That is where they were, and that is where they went. So from participating, when I say participatory theatrical performance, in the sense that before it used to be like in a small gathering, many times the audience also participated in the Keel, or in the Zagor. The actors also used to improvise according to, what they felt about the audience. If they were laughing, they would probably say another joke. And this ceased to exist after the theatre became like with a written script. Now, one thing that happened also in Bombay, small social changes started to happen. Now, for example, it was impossible to think of women on stage. Unthinkable, okay? But João Agostinho did that in 1904 in a theatre called Batcara, where he put his own wife, Regina Fernandes, on stage. Okay, obviously not all the men would think like him, but there were others, and one of them was Cialvas. And not only that, Cialvas also not only advocate for, for the right for the women to be on stage, but also for their rights. And this song here, Union Korea, is quite interesting because it starts as a dialogue between Cialvas and Ophelia, where I don't know if the lyrics is possible to read, but where she says, we are going to get together and we are going to fight these men because these men don't treat us, they mistreat us. And Cialvas says, no, don't do that, because otherwise if you don't marry them, if you don't want to get married, then we all become priests, right? So this is not good. But if you think this is Cialvas advocating for women, even though it was Ophelia singing. So we'll just listen to a little bit of it.
Hello Aurora, खंय वताय बूक बाग घेवन?
हांव येता सगळ्या म्हज्या फ्रेंडांक मेळोवन आनी सगळ्या दादल्यांक बूत शिकोवंक.
कितें? दादल्यांक बूत शिकोवंक? एदी म्हणून कितें केलें तो दादल्यांनी तुमकां? आनी टोनी कसो आसा?
ताचें नांवूच घेना काय, ताकाच लागून सगळें जाला. तो म्हाका दीस रात मारता. त्यापाचो आमी बायलांनी आतां युनियन करचो केला, दादल्यांक सगळ्यांक बूत शिकोवंक.
युनियन करचो केला? म्हाका दिसना तुमचो युनियन दरसो. कित्याक? दादले तुमकां ह्या तेंपार भियोंक चड कठीण. सगल्यो बायलो तर तुमी लोटोन गेल्या जाल्यार आमी भियाना. कित्याक? ह्या तेंपार दादले आसात ते बायलो जातात.
आमी बायलो नासले जाल्यार तुमी दादले कितें करतले आसल्यार?
आमी सगळे पाद्री जातले आसल्यार. ऐकात तुम्ही चेड्यांनी वोतीत करून आगवारांनी हांगा सुधराया आमी भावांनी बिया नाकात तुम्ही काजाऱ्यांनी.
लोरी गो तुका मारीत रोकडो तुरी पोटको त्या दादल्यांची आमी मोडून उडोवया कोण.
बायले परत माय दादलो ओड मिजाज करी नाका चोड आमी बॉयकॉट करीन तो सुरू करतल्यात रोड.
Okay, we can't listen to the whole thing, but you got the idea. So this is Cialvas. And the music is by Chris Perry, that I'm sure you all know. This was an important change, okay, to advocate for the right of women. And then I spoke to theatrists here in Goa with Platilda and Jessie, and they said, yes, it was like with the push of this, what was happening in Bombay, that you also had the courage to come on stage. Because before it was men who used to do the part of the lady, like Remy Colasso used to do this and many other theatrists. Then another interesting fact is that theatre was not really well seen in Goa. It was like for the lower class. Like I have an interview with someone, a Goan from in Portugal. Now she moved to Portugal. Say, I remember when my maids used to go for the theatre. They would be so excited going for the theatre, and I used to go with them just because I was a child. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to. My parents would never allow me to go for the theatre, and this happened also with men. So Syriac says the same thing. So he was part of a high class. And he said that only when he went to Bombay, he could act on stage. And he has this sentence, even my family was against it. I never went on stage while my father was alive. I called my mother to see me acting as Jesus Christ, imagine, and she refused. Jesus Christ, why not? No. My sister told her I was in theatre, and she said, no, your father did not see it, why would I see it? So this was the problem. But then in Bombay, he did act. He was actually one of the right arm of C. Alvars. They were very good friends. He said that many times he scripted all these theatres for C. Alvars. Then what happened is shell like this comes into play. So first there was the theatre didn't have even microphones. With microphones, then you could project your voice, like I'm projecting my voice now. But then with shell like this was the big difference, because for the first time, this music could be recorded, and if you had a gramophone, which I guess it was too expensive, you could listen at home. But with the radio, you could, it could go to, much wider to many other people. So you didn't have to go to a theatre to listen to the Kantara. So I didn't tell you this, but so the Kantara so the theatre usually, even today, there's 6-7 scenes, and in between those acts, there are these songs, this Kantara. But now with a show like this, the Kantara kind of emancipated from the theatre, and this was a big change. And this was possible because of technology. Interestingly, in this 224 shell like this that I found all in the radio, I didn't find, most of them are Kantara. They're not like Mando, for example, I couldn't find much, or other types of folk music like Dekni that we spoke today here. And I think it is because the Kantara with one person only singing or two, it was possible to record all in the radio, this was only possible in Bombay. That might be one reason. And my professor Susana Sardoso says probably because the Mando also was connected to a higher class which didn't migrate to Bombay. And plus Mando, you need, many voices are needed to sing Mando, and that is not easy to record. And the three theatist composers that I study in my master's is Jacinto Vaz, Remy, and C. Alvars. As you can see here, Jacinto always sang alone. 26 records. Remy sang alone, but he also sang with Mohana, Lourdes, Filomena, and Alfred Rose. And C. Alvars sang alone, and see how many times he sang in duets, and that's why I think he's called the king of duets, because there's so many duets with Ophelia, with Mohana, with Jessie, with Francis Amboyer, and Alfred Rose. Now, Jacinto Vaz, I found it very interesting, even though he sings alone. Is because in the 1950s he came to Goa, and then he was stuck here in Goa, and he decided to work for the radio. And in the radio, he decided during when the radio became, instead of Emissora de Goa became all in the radio, he felt that there were too much airtime for Marathi and for Gujarati, and Konkani didn't have its own time. So he came up with this song called Akashvani. Unfortunately, it's not in any shelak, it's in spool, and I couldn't find him singing, but I have Philip T. singing his song.
रेडियर आमच्या जायत्यो खबरो येता त्यो आयकोंक भाव आमचे खोशयेन बरोन आशेता कोंकणी कार्यावळ मोदेन आमची बदलता आनी मागीर
So he is criticizing, what is this? There's no time for Konkani. Now today with social media, things like now if first with mics, the voice could be projected, with shell like this, it went much further, then vinyl, then cassette. Now with social media is like crazy. It really reached everywhere. And here is a good example. This is Francis de Touin. He created this during the pandemic in 27 May 2020, and he already has, I had difficulty to even put the commas, 1,13,13,598 views, which is amazing. Now, what is the problem here with this? I had a song, but I won't be able to show you. But see, on 18 June, he launched this song called Madea Wai Goenchi. And in 3 days, he already had 43,000 views, which is a lot. And today, you can see it's around 1,78,000. The same thing with Edwin da Costa. So what happens now, and that is something that we have to think, is with the pandemic, people started listening much more to YouTubes. There are much more Facebook groups, much more WhatsApp groups. And the problem with these groups is that they put together people who think the same way, like-minded people, okay? But the other side of the coin is that you don't really listen to other opinions. You are just in that group. Sometimes even it happened to me, you are in this group, you say something which is opposite to that group, please go away, don't change to another group. Now these cantara, these composers, what they can do is actually target groups like this. And maybe they can, create a social impact in these groups. Might work, might not work. And might be a good thing, might not be a good thing. So it is something that I think it is important to think about it. Technology is good, yes, it is good. But there are downsides, and there are things which are good. So thank you so much. Deborin Korun Mogasundi.
Thank you, Mrs. Nalini Alvino D'Souza. Our next paper presenter is Father Roman Rodrigues. Currently an assistant professor in Konkani at the Rosary College, Naveli, he has completed his bachelor's degree in Konkani with distinction at St. Xavier's College, Mapsa in the year 2010. He passed his master's degree in Konkani and was awarded a gold medal at the Goa University in the year 2012. He also passed his NET in the year 2016. He has worked as an assistant professor in Konkani at St. Xavier's College, Mapsa for 4 years on lecture and contract basis. He is an awardee of the Delgado Youth Award of Delgado Konkani Academy 2011 and Goinkar Youth Award of Goinkar. He is a contributor of the Gulab, a monthly magazine under the title Kandarantle Kantar, a critical study on the songs of Chris Perry. Presented several papers in the national and international conferences. Currently pursuing PhD studies at the Goa University on the topic Cristão Samazantli Vers Lokagita, Ek Chikitsok Abhyas. I invite Father Roman Rodrigues to present his paper unveiling the role of verse in Goan folk music.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all have not gone to sleep. Okay. Yeah, before I start, I would like to say a word. This topic which I'll be dealing with is my research topic. And if I don't expound it, please excuse me because I don't want to give it out before I surrender my thesis. Okay, but this is then just an attempt, an initiation into this type of research project. Okay. So I was just going through this brochure just to find a word which I wanted, which related to Goan folk music. And at the first glance, I did not find it. And as I was drinking water, my eyes fell on that word, which is on the second last page. Can you guess it? Can you guess the word which I was searching for? On the second last page, which is related to my today's paper, which I will be presenting now. Huh? Yeah, OV. There's only one word, OV, which will encapsulate my whole paper, and which is not much spoken about, and which I feel is an injustice, as I will conclude, will also say. And through this paper, I will highlight some things, some pointers, which will also make you ponder and question. I will not say much things, but whatever I will say will be beneficial to you. And I'll be open to your suggestions, your opinions in regards to this topic, as they will help me to pursue my research. And secondly, excuse me, for I will be reading the paper. Just bear with me. As the topic goes, the unveiling the role of Christian verse in Goan folk music. Goa, a small coastal state on the western shores of India, is renowned for its vibrant cultural heritage, with a fusion of influences from Portuguese colonization, Indian traditions, and its indigenous heritage. Its culture has grown rich and popular. Obviously, we mostly tend to and used to the famous Goan Christian folk songs. Can you name folk songs which I've already heard? Which are the commonly spoken folk songs of Goa? Tell me the types of folk songs. Dekni, Mando, Dulpod. Okay, we mostly speak of these three. We mostly speak, and that is what I want to say. And in all this matter which is there, they speak about Dulpod, Dekni, Fugdi, then Katara. So I just want to make a point that OVO verse are also there, of which we need to speak about. So the study, okay, in doing so, we hardly realize and we forget the importance of verse songs, which is the mainstay of this genre of folk music. So in this paper, we shall be reflecting on the role of verse in other forms of Goan folk music. So evolution of folk songs and folk music. Folk songs are rhythmic in nature. Everything under the sky has its own natural rhythm. Each action or work undertaken by a human being resonates rhythm. The rhythm is not only produced through the movements, but also through the sounds that are produced during the work process. These sounds are expressed by words, and these words, along with the rhythm, form a lyrical line for the song, which turned into a folk song. Each folk song has its own rhythmic pattern, depending on the nature of the work and the movement. Timing and harmony are the root of rhythm in songs. It is said that the work becomes lighter and easier when they sing while they work. So, the folk songs and the folk music evolved naturally through the work. Before I go into my topic, I would like to ask you, have you all heard verse songs? Can anybody sing if you all have heard? Anybody? No. No, verse. Particularly verse. Yeah, I'll be coming to that topic, and that is the main thing about my topic. Okay, so I think you all need to listen to the verse song before you listen to my paper. Otherwise, everything is futile. Okay, I will be singing only 2 verses, although I'm not a great singer. Okay. This is actually verse are sung during when they are sung? And they are sung during the wedding ceremony, the whole wedding ceremony. So when the groom and the bride stands in front of the marto as they enter, and that is the time they start singing these verses. So the first verse goes, there is also a verse calling on to God, praise, and this is the following one. Uru tolonela ubojraula kapa ubojraula kapa Ais poile chepe kadi nauria sorgi deva bapa ani sorgi deva bapa. This is one. There are many, but I'll be singing selected ones. Ailyan muntai ali poilyan muntai pali Poilyan muntai pali as pali dongra ravon saibi ora besam gali ani ora besam gali. So these are verse songs. Have you all heard any time? If yes, and if you all have, please give it to me. Okay. Okay. So continuing with my paper, verse, the concept of verse, the questions that have erupted in your minds, there are answers here. The word verse has evolved from the Portuguese word verso, which means a line of metrical writing. The form of pattern in which the verse is written is called OV. OV songs are distinct form. OV songs are distinct form. The OV. I'm speaking about 2 things now. The OV is a structure. I will let you know what it is. These OV songs were written in the OV format. These OV songs are usually sung during wedding ceremonies. So there is something called OV and OV. There are 2 types. OV is a format and OV is also a song. So OV songs are usually famous among Goan Hindus. Whereas the same form of songs is also sung among Goan Catholics and are known as verse. This I got in the book Village Goa by Professor Alvino Gomes, page number 345. These songs which accompany the wedding ceremony are also called Zoti. Have you all heard about this word Zoti? In Bhardesh they say Zoti, in Salset they say not even verse, they say yes. And there are some people who also say yes in Cape side. Okay. These songs which accompany the wedding ceremony are also called Zoti in plural and Zot in singular, which is said to evolve from Sanskrit word youth or yuta, meaning combined, united. Since the marriage is a process of combining or getting united, the songs could have been termed as Zoti. It is said to be the first folk song of Goa. OV actually refers to the meter form, that is what I was saying, the OV, the format, the pattern. OV actually refers to the meter form which was used by the missionaries to compose, write and catechize the newly converts. Hence, we have Christa Puran by Thomas Stephens written in the OV format. verse, its lyrics and music. It is with this above background we also need to study how verse music could have taken form. Verse songs are a Christianization form of Hindu voyo. The term voyo has its root in the Sanskrit word vra or vri, meaning to choose. So also wedding is a matter of choice, that is choosing a partner. Ovi or ovio is the form of voyo where we has been lost. Ovios are said to have advanced from a grinder which is commonly known as date. I hope you all have seen date. Okay, there are young people there. Since grinding was a routine labor that the Indian and Goan women folk were expected to do, that is to grind rice or millets, where 2 or 3 women will get together to grind, and in the process of grinding, they used to express their sentiments through the singing of vovios at the rhythm of the turning of the grinding stone, synchronizing with the body movements. As Heta Pandit in her book titled Grinding Stories Retold says, the sound of 2 flat circular stones grinding against each other in unison provided the percussion, the rhythm, and the pace. The song formed a part of this process. So this is how the movement of the grinding stone became a music to the songs. This intense exposure to harmonic music did not lead all at once to the adoption of harmony in Goan composition, which for long seems to have remained monophonic. Some of the older song types, like childhood songs, Brahmin nuptials, chants, and fail songs may have been modified under the influence of the new music, but the first type of Goan song to use harmony appears to have been Christian sacred song, especially the hymns. Later in the 19th century, the climactic age of Goan song came the dekni, the dulpod, the theatre song, and of course the mando, all making use of harmony. The Goan hymns grew out of the dirges and nuptial songs and employed the ovi poetic form. The kunbi and the fail songs or the kale songs had an impact on the dulpod, and from the ovi and the dulpod the mando emerged. This is said by this I got in the book of Song of Goa. Yeah, by Michael Martins and others. As a poetic form, it is a quatrain, usually containing 3 long lines, frequently rhymed, followed by a short one, often unrhymed, but the number of syllables can be varied according to need. Musically, the ovi employs free or quadruple rhythm. Indian classical tradition of music was strictly monophonic, as said in the book, and the verse which I sang also has a monophonic tone. Songs of Goa, it's quoted here, Songs of Goa, Crown of Mandos by Jose Pereira and his colleagues, along with Michael Martins. Monophonic means it is based on the single melodic lines and their rhythmic organization. So this will become easier for other folk women to capture the harmony, to capture the words. It was easier for them, and they also used to sing along with the leader, one who led into singing. So in these laws, the Goan Christian culture underwent a cultural change where West met the East. During the Portuguese rule, the Goan vocal music made way to a new form of folk music, that is mando and dulpod. Up to the mid-19th century, the ovi or vovi, evidently a wedding song at first, was Goa's most popular form of musical expression. With this background, now let us explore some areas of the famous Goan folk songs in relation to the verse. Dr. Jose Pereira, while describing mando, describes it in the musical language and states, a mando is a slow verse or verse and refrain dance song in 6/4 time, dealing with love, tragedy, and events. Based on this expression, let us deal with some of the common elements that are found in our Goan folk songs and verse. forms of the songs. If we compare the form of our Goan Christian folk songs with that of verse, they are similar in form or other style. A verse are written in 2, 3, or in 4 lines format, each rhyming with the other. The Mando song is also written in 4 lines format, where the last line or 2 are repeated as refrain as in the verse. In the Mando, the structural pattern remains Indian in its essence, though weighed down by Western plain song and harmony by Olvino Gomes. Musical structure and rhyme and rhythm or tempo. The singing moves majestically in a slow andante rhythm with dignity and grace. It's in the Mando. It falls into drowsy, dormant mood towards the fag end of the singing function, which has the Mando dance accompanying it, when the participants are tired and cannot go on much longer. In relation to this aspect, verse song is also of dormant nature, with slow andante rhythm. I hope I have put people to sleep when I was singing, isn't it? Okay, so I just want to speak about the rhythm and the tempo of the verse, where it is very dormant, a slow pace. This is the reason when today's generation hear them sing, they often brush them away, or they have a feeling of lamenting for somebody's funeral. But Mando differs in the way it is sung, thus giving it a melodious touch. So to conclude, I would like to conclude with the words of Jose Pereira in his book Song of Goa, Crown of Mando, clearly states that it is clearly from the Ovi that the Mando appears to have evolved. Therefore, this form of folk is to be appreciated and recognized with other folk songs and given its due. Injustice done to the original folk music and folk song, as they are not spoken about, written about, and sung during our wedding ceremonies. Verse is the pure form of Goan Christian folk song without any adulteration of foreign influence. So we need to uphold, preserve, and perpetuate this musical heritage and a cultural identity of Goan Christians. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Roman Rodrigues. Our final paper presenter of the day is the convener himself, Father Kelwin Monteiro of the Society of Jesuits. Father Kelwin's first appointment after ordination was as the director of the Youth Retreat Movement at the Basilica of Bon Jesus, Old Goa. Thereafter, he completed his master's course, MA with honors in sociology from the University of Mumbai, after which he headed for a PhD program in the field of ethnomusicology from the University of Aveiro, Portugal. As he is currently pursuing his PhD research work, he serves as the campus superior of the Jesuits working at the Thomas Stephens Konkani Kendra and the Xavier Center of Historical Research, 2 Jesuit premier research institutes in this campus. He has presented research papers at national and international conferences and has served for 5 years as an executive editor of the Dor Moinyachi Roti, which is the longest surviving Konkani magazine. Father Kelwin Monteiro is currently a PhD scholar at the Institute of Ethnomusicology Center of Studies in Music and Dance, University of Aveiro, funded by the FCT Portugal. Organizing this conference is a part of his current research-based activities. I invite Father Kelwin to present his paper titled Contribution of the Goan Christian Musicians to Goa's Musical Heritage, the Case of Mando Dulpod.
How do I change this? A very good evening to all of you, respected chair and my co-paper presenters and the august gathering. As you see on... Could you just press that button? Just press that button, please, the on button. I think it pressed off.
Is it on the remote or something?
No, just... Well, as you'll see on the screen, the topic that I have for my paper presentation today is titled as The Contribution of the Goan Christian Musician to Goa's Musical Heritage, the Case of Mando Dulpod. I am, as had been said, right now a student at the University of Ethnomusicology, Aveiro University, Portugal, and my research is being funded by FCT. The arrival of the Portuguese in 1510 marked a significant shift in Goa's cultural history, as with them came a new religion, new customs, new traditions, new political system, and a new lifestyle. In addition to these, the introduction of the Western music was indeed a noteworthy contribution of the Portuguese to the cultural history of Goa. When this Western music encountered with the pre-colonial Indian musical practices, in other words, when the colonizers and the colonized got engaged, it led to a creation of new musical tradition, which in Goa we often call as the Goan music. Goan music, this word is often used in the common parlance, and very often it is not clearly defined what Goan music is. And there is a little literature that speaks about what specifically is a Goan music. We have a few scholars like Professor José Pereira, Professor Susana Sardo, who is also my PhD guide, and Professor Lucy Rodrigues, who have written extensively on this theme. In fact, Professor Sardo spent decades of fieldwork, doing fieldwork here in Goa. And she collected various musical genres in Goa so as to classify and analyze and understand and describe what Goan music is all about. And the PhD thesis that she presented on this theme of Goan music, she classifies and she describes what a Goan music is after decades of study. According to her, a Goan music is a kind of in-between music. It's neither Indian nor Western, but exclusively related to Goa. Professor Sardo also held that although the Goan music is based on Western musical theory, namely functional harmony, yet it is the Goan ingredients such as local instruments and the vernacular language that makes it very different from the Western music. As the abstract of my paper suggests, in my current study, I will analyze the case of Mando Dulpod, particularly in the context of his festivalization, from two angles. One, analyzing how the process of festivalization has drastically transformed the practice of Mando in contemporary Goa. And secondly, analyzing how the new compositions of the vernacular songs, particularly the Dulpoda, and their performance at the Mando festival immensely contributes towards the identification of the contemporary Goa. To understand the context of my study, that is the festivalization of Mando, let me first briefly highlight what is the concept of festivalization. Festivalization is a process by which a cultural activity previously presented in a regular pattern or style is reconfigured to form a new event. Festivalization, in other words, involves moving or relocating any traditional expressive culture from an original point of production to a distant setting of consumption. In other words, they are decontextualized and recontextualized from the natural setting to a stage setting. In the context of Mando, so when Mando was being shifted from an in-house private performance at the mansions of elite Catholics of Salcid to a vibrant open stage performance, it witnessed drastic social transformation in its practice. This iconicity of the Goan music now began to be opened up and share its practice to people of different generation, religion, economic and social backgrounds, not just Catholic aristocratic families of Salcid. The question here is, under what context was the Mando festivalized? You know, Mando was always, as I said, Mando was always sung in the mansions of the aristocratic families of the rural Goa, particularly of South Goa. But then it had to be festivalized. It had to be brought on the stage. And there is a context to it. On 19 December 1961, when Goa was integrated into the Republic of India after a brief one-day military operation against the Portuguese, which was called the Operation Vijay. Following this integration, Goa witnessed different movements and initiatives in its identity formation. Identity formation under India, out of Portuguese. There were basically three significant viewpoints. One, a call for a total independence. Two, a status of union territory. And three, a statehood within Indian Union. During that time, there was another viewpoint that came out, and that came from the ruling political party of that time, the MGP, Maharashtra Gomantak Party. And they floated an idea of merging Goa into the neighboring state of Maharashtra. And what was the justification they gave? The justification of Mirza was that Goa had no linguistic identity, that Goa had no separate language of its own. And you would know, unfortunately I can't present on screen, you would know that all the states of our country are demarcated based on linguistic identity. Every state has its own language. And so when Goa was claiming to be independent, said, what is the language of Goa? MGP said, Goa doesn't have a language. Marathi is the language. And Marathi is the language of neighboring Maharashtra. So let's merge Goa with Maharashtra. It is under this context, and why was Marathi known at that time? Because you know, under the Portuguese made it very stern, a kind of law whereby Goans were expected to speak Portuguese, and that's why often the Konkani that time was called as a servant's language, because it was much spoken in the kitchen, not much in the mansion, not in the ballroom halls. And it is under this context when this whole process of identity formation movement took place, the Prime Minister of India, at that time Indira Gandhi, gave Goans an option for referendum to decide on the fate of its identity. And it was called the opinion poll that took place on 16 January 1967. Goa was the first state where the government gave a choice to decide because of this dual understanding, dual claim, merger or non-merger. And since Konkani, the language of Goa, was the root of this issue, promoting and propagating this vernacular and its culture became a must. And so many Goans started to showcase Goa's vernacular language by canvassing for Konkani through various means of propaganda, theatre, kantara, literature, pamphlets, and street plays. It is under this context, under this whole context, that Mr. Bernard Fernandes, who is the father of Mr. Remo Fernandes, the then president of Club Nacional Panjim, together with a few concerned Goan Catholic families, envisaged an idea to stage the Mando. And then it was called to be the Mando Festival, which was first staged in August 1965, just 2 years prior to the opinion poll. And the rationale that these organizers gave to this festival was that the need to showcase to the national leaders responsible towards the policies of national integration the existence of Konkani, the linguistic identity of Goa. They wanted to say that Goa has a language of its own, and this language is hidden in the musical traditions of Goa. It Kantara, Dulpod, Mando. And so in order to present this reality, they started the Mando festival so that the Indian officials see that we have a language which is hidden in these musical traditions. And so came the Mando festival. Having presented the context of the festival of Mando, let me now briefly touch upon how this festival, which is one of the aim of my paper, one of the objective of my paper, is to show how when the Mando was festivalized, through this festivalization, how the practice of Mando experienced transformation. Unfortunately, I don't have a screen to project to you the statistics, but sorry for that. The information or the data that I have collated for my research is from this souvenir. Every year, the Mando festival comes out with a souvenir. And this souvenir is full of data. For any researcher, this souvenir is a great primary source to study. And in this, there are many aspects that someone can analyze, and I have analyzed many of them. But today, I would like to share the analysis of the participants of this Mando. And as I told you, when the Mando was shifted from the in-house practice to the open stage, it was open for all. Now, how do I know that it was open for all? Because I observed every names of the participants. There are 2,000 participants of Mando Festival from 1965 to today, even today. I went through all 2,000 names of the participants, and I collated them and I categorized them. And what was the factor that helped me to categorize was the surnames. You very well know that the surnames of the names identify the religion and the region of the background. So this is possible. For example, the Catholic inhabitants of Goa carry Portuguese surnames that were given to them when their ancestors were baptized by the Portuguese missionaries. On the other hand, Hindus from Goa carry the names associated with their birthplace. For example, Lotlekar, I'm also Lotlekar. Lotlekar refers to a person from Lotolim village. Salgaonkar refers to the person from Saligaon village, and so forth. Now, this was the kind of indicator that I picked up when I went through the 2,000 names of the participants. And this indicator helped me to identify by exclusion all the participants that came from other states of India. In addition, the names in connection with the birthplace also help you to identify the social origin. collating this data, I came to the following conclusion, which is a part of my analysis to show that the practice of Mando went through transformation from exclusively of the Catholic aristocratic family of the rural villages of Goa in south, open to all. In my analysis, I found there were 106 Hindus of the Goan origin participating in the practice of Mando. There were 60 participants who were Hindu settlers or immigrants coming from other states of India. There were 68 participants. By their surnames, I identified them as Christians, but not Goan Christians, Christian from outside Goa. There were 5 participants who were Muslim. And there was 1 participant that was from Mumbai, a Parsi. It is also interesting to note that although the participation of the first Mando festival was very much exclusively of the Brahmin Catholic families, the records show that the Hindus began to participate in the festival of Mando from the very second festival. And all this data that I've presented to you brings about an observation which goes to prove that Mando, which once belonged to the elite Catholic Brahmins, particularly the Salse Taluka, with the festivalization of Mando, has witnessed a drastic transformation whereby it is no longer an exclusive to the high caste Catholics, but it includes other religions, other regions, and different social backgrounds. This is the first analysis that I would like to make as a result of Mando being contextualized. Having briefly highlighted the first aspect of my current paper, that is a social transformation brought about by the practice of Mando through the process of festivalization, let me now focus on the second aspect of my paper, namely focusing on how new compositions of the vernacular song, particularly the Dulpoda. Dulpod is singular, Dulpoda is plural. Dulpoda and their performance at the Mando festival immensely contributed towards the identification of the contemporary Goa. I'm really sorry, I needed the screen. Let me begin this exploration by defining the term vernacular song. David E. Gregory held that it is a song that has survived longer than its initial spell of popularity and has entered oral tradition, thereby demonstrating its appeal to more than one generation. He further held that songs vary in character, while some traditional, others have new words set to traditional tunes, while still others include new compositions. Some of the examples of vernacular songs of Goa include Mando Dulpod, Kantara, Dekni, among others. Now the old Dulpoda, you know, for example, Idratiche, Tedratiche, Undramuja Mama, and many others exist in the oral tradition. However, the festivalization of Mando, with the inclusion of a new category called original Mando, whereby new compositions were being written by Christian composers, gave rise to new Dulpoda. It is in this context that the festival of my analysis of Dulpoda provides the listeners with a widespread identification with the activities described in the attitudes and values expressed in this Dulpoda. To cut short my text, all I want to present to you in this second half is that I analyzed every Dulpoda sung at every Mando from 1961 till today. So there are thousands of Dulpoda that were composed specially for the Mando festival. And analyzing, I wanted to show it on the screen, but there's no time, and sorry. So analyzing each Dulpod, I found out that every Dulpod that is composed for the Mando festival speaks about something about Goa's cultural identity. Analyzing all the Dulpods, I have been able to compose a kind of a cultural tapestry of Goa that gives a Goan identity. and how this Dulpoda, the text, the lyrics of this Dulpoda speaks so much about identity. And so when I, as a participant or as an audience, listen to the Dulpoda that being sung, the lyrics get soaked into me, and as I hear them, I begin to identify with them. I say, oh, that's about me, that's about my culture, that's about Goa. And so, to conclude, this Dulpoda so very much, I have analyzed all the Dulpodas, so very much speak about Goa's identity. To conclude, in conclusion, I wish to highlight that these Dulpoda, the vernacular songs of Goa, through its festivalization, underwent transformation, incorporating in them issues and concerns of Goa's politics, Goa's society, Goa's social issues, Goa's cultural aspects, and many other tangible as well as intangible indicators of Goan identity. Moreover, since this festival is being broadcasted over radio, television, and through social media, these issues and concerns contained in the new composition of Dulpoda found dissemination to broader audience, aligning with political agenda primarily focused on Goa's heritage. So Mando today are no longer telluric songs, in some cases possessed perhaps satiric or humoristic, but instead today every lyric, every text that is there in the Mando is serious and is seriously emphasizing Goa's heritage, Goa's diversity, Goa's uniqueness, and Goa's distinctness within the context of India. Finally, in this sense, these newly festivalized Dulpoda were employed by the composers and performers to produce cultural identification of Goa to Goans and to the rest of the world, and to embody values that are so very unique and special to Goans. Moreover, it is crucial to incorporate Georgina Bone's perspective that in the case of Dulpoda, they were not only used with a formative role in the construction, negotiation, and transformation of social identity, but they also were a robust ally of Goa's political agenda in defining Goa's unique identity. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello.
Thank you very much to the three speakers. As you realize, there is lots of matter here for reflection, but I'll just pull one or two things that struck me, and then we'll open it up to the audience. What struck me very much is that all three presenters, somehow or the other, touched upon the concept of identity, that there is this search and seeking for identity among the Goan people in these historical events that have taken place, etc. And it is interesting to see that music, which I had never thought of in those terms, that music has become an ally here and an instrument for seeking this identity, as all three speakers in their own ways stressed very much. So, having said that, I think I don't want to take more of your time. I want to open this up to the audience. We are running, behind time. But up to 5:30, I'm told I'm allowed to keep it open to the audience, so 10 minutes. So please be brief. Don't give another lecture. We have heard wonderful lectures here, and we don't need lectures from the audience. What we need are sharp questions, and if the speakers here can give a sharp answer, that's it. We'll be very happy and grateful to you. So we'll start with Frederick.
I'm glad that all the three speakers touched on the point of class in Konkani music. And it is a fact, let's face the elephant in the room. Tiyat, Kantar and OVs are at a different status than, say, so-called elite theatre. This is a half-empty, half-full kind of glass. Like Jose Pereira said, Goa was the first place in the world that East and West have encountered each other in musical terms. But also let's not forget that we are living on our past glory. Without the parochial schools, we are not going to produce that many numbers. And the last point I want to make is that The name of the conference could have been the contribution of Goan Christian musicians to the musical heritage of Goa is a given. It could have been of India, it could have been of the world. And I'll tell you why. Right from music schools all over the place, even in Malaysia and Malaya and all that, they're all there, East Africa and all. But this story is very interesting. The greatest song, patriotic song that India has, Sare Jahan Se Acha. It's written by Muhammad Iqbal, who later changes politics, but it was set to music by Ancher Lobo. Very few people know that. The version that is popular was set to music by Ancher Lobo. And the Pakistan national anthem, one of the top 10 national anthems in the world. This is not proven, but many Goans, they keep saying that it was written, actually the music was written by Tolentino Fonseca. But the credit goes to someone else. So the role that this tiny community has played is huge, but we just don't know enough of it. We don't know. I don't think we've even mapped most of the things. So that is the tragedy today for Goan music. Just that.
Thank you, Frederick. Can we take another question if you want to address it to the speakers? They are very erudite speakers, so don't give us another lecture, please. Ask them questions and let us explore their knowledge and let's learn from them. Yes, Victor?
Yeah, this question is to Father Roman. I thought this Naineshwari, which is in Maharashtra and which had influenced Goa, most probably partly is responsible for Ovi. What do you say?
Yeah, for that matter, the olden literature, the Goan literature, which was said to be destroyed by the Portuguese or whatever, and then the later also, including the Naineshwari, I think it is also written in the Ovi format. And most of the literature was written in the Ovi format. So when I say Ovi format, Ovi refers to the format as well as to the Ovi song. So, and as I have said, the first folk songs were in Ovi format and the Ovis.
My point is it is not uniquely Goan.
Not uniquely Goan. I have no knowledge about it. Father, yeah. Father will be in better position. Sir. Sir. Sir.
What Father Victor has said is correct. Because the tradition was started from Maharashtra saints, different saints, and they composed certain songs, very small songs called Ovi, that you have described about Ovi. So that tradition might have influenced the entire folk. And you know, Krista Purana also is composed in the same Ovi style. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Phaldesai. Any other questions you have? This is a question and answer session. Or any clarifications to what was presented here? Yes, right behind there.
This is a question for Nalini. Given that sort of Goans have preserved so much, why is it that these records didn't get preserved? I mean, we're just talking about a legacy of 100 years. Why did so many go missing?
The good thing, Naresh, is that some of the whatever songs which are there in the Shelak, they were re-recorded again in cassettes and in vinyl discs. Like, for example, when I've done a documentary now on this cantar Goan that I showed it in Sunapranta, and Lishan Fredes was here. He played some of these which were already in vinyl records. So some of them did go from one format to another format. Everything is not lost, but you're right, some of them are. And one of the things I did in my research is they had been digitized within All in the Radio. They are there in the archive. So I had a very good partner in crime called Justina Costa. And Justina, what she did is there are no lyrics, right? So what she did is she listened to it, and then she wrote the lyrics in Konkani, and then I transcribed them in English, and that's how I know now what are the themes in this Shelak. And there are more, right? There are 224. We have done 490 of them, and we'll have to do for the remaining if you want to, know also those, but they are there digitized, that is a good thing. So they're not lost. You just have to have the patience to listen, and then we can, transcribe them all, get all the lyrics, and then maybe publish. You never know.
Yes, let's take some more questions, especially from the young students. Yes, Schubert.
One thing, Father, after the staging of the Mando festivals and the changes, would you call it a folk song, Mando as a folk song, because it was not labeled as folk song? What would we call it now?
There is a big debate about do you call it an art song or a folk song. I don't know. See, one thing, a folk song is something that is being handed down, and many of it is actually in the oral tradition. Whereas Mando still remains in a written form. We still find the scores of Mando. And so in that sense, Mando could still continue to be the art form. But as I said, there is a kind of a dispute and debate about this. But as I said, folk song is something that is handed down orally. But we have the scores, we have the Mando being written. So in that sense, it could be considered an art form.
And also one more thing, I would mention is Bikaji Manekar. He was permanently, almost till he died.
For 50 years, he was the compere for the Mando festival. And he could not do the last few because he was sick. For 50 years, he was a compere.
Enthusiasm and Hindu.
So we've had so far 56 editions of Mando festival from 1965 till 2023.
Yeah. He never sang, but for all the festivals he was there.
You're right on that.
Yes, please.
Since we are speaking about Mando, after the festival, we have been referring to since 68.
1965.
65. But still, there would be Mandos being sung before that, no?
No. What I'm saying is...
No. Yeah, please.
What I'm saying is Mando, prior to the liberation, which was being sung in the homes of the arrested families, with 1960, it was festivalized, whereby from the in-house performance, it became an open stage performance.
Yes.
I'm not saying the Mando was not being sung or it's only started singing then. Did you get my point?
I got it.
What I'm saying is the Mando got festivalized, means from the in-house ballroom dance halls of the Catholics, it came on the stage. So in other words, from the participatory to it came presentational form. It is the idea by Torino who speaks about the participatory to presentational.
If I may add just a word, this is a way of democratizing through music, with something that was exclusive before now becomes much more inclusive. This is not uncommon in sociology. We come across such occurrences a lot. Yeah.
But would the intention be only to democratize? There are a lot of political issues here, because I believe the carnival was brought on just to give the world the outside image that everything is normal.
See, democratizing the Mando was a consequence or byproduct of the festivalization of Mando. The focus was not that, but it became a byproduct. So it became, with the festivalization, it was left open for all. Anybody could participate. There was no debarring anybody from participating. So that is how, it's the byproduct of festivalization of Mando that Mando became democratized.
Right. We have time only for one more question and then we are done. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, my question is anyone's open to answer. We've spoken a lot about the heritage from various aspects, through various speakers. But where do you all think, based on the research you all are doing, where is Goan music going, You go and you look at YouTube, you find the videos, 5 million hits, 2 million hits. A lot of people are watching it, right? What is currently there. But none of it is sort of pulling a lot from, other than the language, nothing is pulling a lot from what was done in the past, be it in a form like OVs or even Kantara other than Tiyat, right, or Mandos. So what is the future for Goan music that you feel in what direction is probably going into?
You want to address it to any particular speaker?
Anyone, based on whatever your experience is, where do you think it might head to?
Okay. They can also speak. My perspective is that I think if you really want to hand it over to the future generation, we need to get back to having musical heritage being handed down or taught in our schools. I think the I think the Goan government must make music, not just music as theory. What we hear very often now is just the theory. They're being taught solfege. But I think music in the encompassing every aspect of music should be taught in the schools. And it is the school kids who will imbibe that spirit, and when they grow up, they will pass it on, hand it on down. What we have today is the generation of the first or second who are very prominent, but we need to get to the third generation and instill in that love for the heritage of music and the music that we have as our heritage.
As it is, no, after the pandemic, you had music only here in Goa, maybe India it would reach. But I feel now there's many more Goans who are aware of at least the Kantara, I can't say other types of songs, all over. And it's not only for lower class, if it's for all the classes. In that sense also, the technology democratized music. And there is a message in these Kantaras, right? So this will reach all over the world, and they might have repercussions later on, it might take time, in Goa itself. So at least in my sense, I think Kantara have that added value.
Yeah, from my point of view, I think the Goan music is losing its identity because of the Kataras, mentioning Kataras in the theatre field. Most of the songs are tuned to the Hindi or English songs, and that is how we are losing the identity of Goa. And as I said, Vats is the purest form of Goan music, I will say, and which is not given a... Yeah. Yes. So I think today our youth need to learn these Vats songs, and after my doctorate, my thesis, I'm planning for something. There are some villages, there are some Goan folk women who are into it, but not many are there. So my practical thing will be, my project will be after my this submission of thesis will to form a groups and play here and there for the wedding songs or during the wedding ceremonies. So if you all want to do it, and if you all will have, please give it to me because I want to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on this note, it is time for us to call this to a close. And I thank you very much for your participation. I thank all the speakers for speaking so eloquently and in such an erudite manner. And I hand it over to the MC.
Thank you, Father. So we shall go through this real quick. So we shall first start off with giving the mementos to everyone on the dais. I request Aloysia to present a memento to the chair, that is Father Anthony de Silva. I request Jean Alino de Mello to present a memento to Mrs. Nalini Elvino de Souza. Roxina to present a memento to Father Roman Rodrigues. And Karina to present a memento to Father Kelwin Monteiro. And without wasting much time, we shall have a quick photograph with those on the dais and with the memento too. Sure. Click a photo. So I would like to introduce to you all
Before we get on to the last part of the program today, I would like to present a memento to Velma, the MC of ours, who beautifully felicitated the whole course of conference this day. Velma, could you please receive the memento? Thank you.
So I would now like to introduce to you all the man behind the shift, as the Jesuits put it. Father Pratapananda Naik of the Society of Jesuits, or Father Pratap as we know him, is a Konkani teacher, researcher, writer and poet. His vast experience includes founding member and former administrator and director of the Thomas Stephens Konkani Kendra, former PhD guide and examiner, former visiting professor of Konkani Goa University, St. Joseph's Seminary, Mangaluru, St. Pius X College, Mumbai, Nirmala Institute of Education, Panaji. He has participated and presented papers in local, national and international seminars. He has also presented Konkani programs at All India Radio or Akashvani, Panaji as well as Mangaluru, on Doordarshan Goa, HCN Channel Goa, Prudent Media Channel Goa. He has written and edited 36 Konkani books and several Konkani and English articles. At present, he gives regular Konkani programs on CCR TV, Panaji, and Divyavani Live YouTube channel, Mangaluru. They are available on YouTube. He was the former editor of a SOD Konkani Research Bulletin of the Thomas Stephens Konkani Kendra and has written lyrics for 6 Konkani videos. The guest of honor of today, that's Reverend Father Pedro, will now do the honors of felicitating Father Pratap Naik with a shawl, memento, and a pagadi, that's a head turban. I said that. Oh, okay. I said that. I said
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having this little felicitation because it was Pratap Naik who was responsible behind the construction of this building and its shifting from its earlier campus in Miramar to this place. And so we are felicitating him because it is because of his hard work and labor that we have this institute over here.
I would like to invite Father Pratap Naik to say a few words.
Dear friends, good evening. I thank TSKK for their felicitation. Father Kelwin Monteiro has requested me to present a brief history of TSKK within 8 minutes. In 1970s, there was no facility for the Jesuits to learn Konkani. Hence, the Goa Pune province congregation of 1977 sent a postulate to the Superior General of the Jesuits in Rome that he, I quote, recommend the provincials of Bombay, Goa, Pune, and Karnataka to study the possibility of setting up a Konkani language school. Some Jesuits should be set aside early enough to study Konkani as their first vernacular, unquote. The members of the congregation suggested the name of scholastic Pratap Naik, who was a young Konkani writer and knew to read and write Konkani in 3 scripts, as a resource person. Father General approved the proposal. Similarly, the Provincials Conference of South Asia supported it during their meeting in March 1978. Consequently, Father Romuald de Souza, who was then the provincial, approached Pratap, who was learning Marathi in Pune. Pratap had joined the Goa Pune province to become a missionary. Hence, he declined the request. But when the provincial insisted, Pratap suggested that the scope of the proposed Konkani language school should include research in Konkani as per the tradition of the Jesuits. Father Romuald liked this suggestion and asked Pratap to send his suggestions. Pratap obliged. Subsequently, Father Romuald called Jesuit priests Vasco do Rego, Joaquim da Mello, João de Sá, Antonio Pereira, Moreno de Souza, and Scholastic Pratap to discuss the suggestions proposed by Pratap. They were unanimously accepted, including Pratap's suggestion, the name of the institute as Stephen's Konkani Kendra, short form SKK, in memory of Father Thomas Stevens, the 16th century Jesuit pioneer of Konkani. During one of the subsequent meetings, at the request of Father Moreno, the full name of Thomas Stevens was accepted, thus SKK became TSKK. Vasco do Rego and Pratap were asked to draft a memorandum of association and rules and regulations of TSKK. On 5th March 1980, under the leadership of the provincial Father Leslie Almeida, 10 Jesuits, out of which 9 priests and Scholastic Pratap, officially agreed to register TSKK under the Society's Registration Act. The registration was granted by the Registrar of Societies. Out of the 10 founding members of TSKK, now only Pratap is alive. Since younger Jesuits were not coming forward to work in TSKK, Father Matthew Almeida, who was a successful principal and rector, opted in 1979 and was sent to Washington University, D.C. in USA to do higher studies in linguistics. Pratap, who was doing his theology in Pune, started to collect books to build up the library with the help of Father Moreno, who was the first director of TSKK. TSKK was given the ground floor of XCHR library. XCHR refers to Xavier Center of Historical Research. Father Matthew returned to Goa in August 1985 and was appointed as the director. Due to the hostile atmosphere at Porvorim, then the provincial Father Matthew Ledalle allowed TSKK to shift from XCHR to Loiola Hall, Miramar. The shifting was done on 1st January 1986. Since Father Matthew could not run TSKK alone, he requested Pratap, who was doing his MPhil in linguistics in Pune, to join him. Pratap joined TSKK on 15th May 1986. Side by side of TSKK's activities, Pratap completed his MPhil and PhD. As the activities of TSKK grew, the need was felt to have an independent building for TSKK. Since no suitable plot was available, finally it was decided to build TSKK at its assigned plot next to XCHR. On 24th February 1996, the foundation stone was laid by the provincial Father Gregory Naik. Pratap volunteered to supervise the construction activities. Dean de Cruz was selected as the architect, Sylvester de Souza as the RCC engineer, and SR Builders as contractors. It was a great challenge to Pratap to be on the construction site from 7:45 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day, including Sundays. Father Matthew continued the administration and activities of TSKK at Miramar. In the month of May 1998, TSKK was shifted from Miramar to its new campus at Porvorim. In May 2024, TSKK has completed 26 years and not 25 years of its shifting. Not even 1 rupee was given to anybody as a bribe to complete TSKK campus, and this credit goes to TSKK. TSKK building was blessed by Father Gregory Naik on 29 September 1999. TSKK has immensely contributed to Konkani. It is not possible for me to enumerate its contribution due to constraint of time. TSKK cannot live on its past achievements. I was the active member of it for 32 years, from its official inception on 5th March 1980 to 31st January 2012. Now I continue as its general body member. In this context, I would like to request the present team of TSKK to pay attention to the following 4 areas which were visible features in the past and now unfortunately neglected. 1. To have at least one trained linguist to do and guide the linguistic research in Konkani. 2. To have project or contract basis competent research staff. 3. To revive and rejuvenate the botanical garden, which was once the center of attraction to botany students and plant lovers. 4. To keep the campus clean and aesthetic as a plastic-free zone to set as a model for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. I invite Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai, Director of the TSKK, for the concluding remarks.
Namaskar. Honorable Father Pedro Rodrigues, the Provincial Superior Society of Jesus, Father Pratap Naik, who has been felicitated at this valedictory function in remembrance of all his hard work and dedication during the process of construction of this campus and to bring up the TSKK, esteemed chairpersons of all the sessions, paper presenters, ladies and gentlemen. Today, in this national conference, we had wonderful deliberations on the topic, the contributions of the Goan Christian musicians to the musical heritage of Goa. The papers presented by the esteemed scholars were very interesting. Various topics pertaining to the musical heritage of Goa, right from the birth and spread of blended music, sacred music, music of the Catholic community and its transformation, contributions to Western classical music, evolution of new folk tunes such as verse, mando, julpad, kantara, as well, and contributions of Goan musicians to the music industry and Bollywood were found to be an invaluable treasure of knowledge and information. On behalf of TSKK and the Department of Gazetteer and Historical Records, Government of Goa, I extend our heartfelt thanks to all the scholars and chairpersons for the cooperation and active participation in this conference. And last but not the least, delegates and members of the audience, today's guest of honor, I hope under the active support and timely guidance of the Provincial Superior Society of Jesus, TSKK will continue to organize such important activities in future. Thank you once again for making today's conference a grand success. Hope to see you in this campus for our next activity. Good night and safe journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pandurang Phaldesai. And well, it was a pleasure hosting this national conference on the contributions of the Goan Christian musicians to the musical heritage of Goa. And to each one of you present here, thank you for coming here and making it an insightful evening together. God bless us all. We shall have a photo session with the paper presenters, chair, and according to Father Kelwin, everyone else, he said, can be a part of this photo session. So thank you once again. Drive safely. Boa noite.
Thank you very much for your participation at this conference. You were here from morning to evening. You were here from morning to evening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Safe journey. All the best to you. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm taking 1 second. Huh?